Are we so Barack Hussein Obama? We might be so Barack Hussein Obama. Ugh, I need to rearrange myself in my seat. How are we doing today, gamers? Barack. I'm just reminded myself that it's getting close to American Thanksgiving. Oh boy, American Thanksgiving. We love American Thanksgiving, don't we, folks? It's very good. Alright. I did just beat Legends ZA on my main account. I guess I should say that. I beat Legends ZA on my main account, so that's cool. We beat that shit. We owned those frauds. That fraud Hyper Agni or Angie. Fuck you, Angie. You were causing too much of a ruckus, and I'm not very appreciative of all the bullshit that you were doing to Lumios City. Beautiful city, folks. Lumios, beautiful, beautiful city. Didn't like what Angie was doing. There was some fucking bullshit. Didn't like that. Not one bit. Was not a fan of what Angie was doing. You know, maybe she accused me of some stuff, so I had to give her the business, folks. You know how it is. I gave Angie the business. And as a result, we calmed her down. She's calm now. Get owned, Angie. Gotta give Angie the business. Now it's time to give all the legendaries the business and to complete the Pokedex and a bunch of other stuff. Including probably some of the really annoying ones like that Furfro League. That shit's gonna be annoying as fuck. Well, well, well. If it isn't Mini Meats Boy, that other Hakeem Jeffries supporter. Sorry, I love Stalin 1488 or some shit has now... I don't even know. What stupid ass numbers like associated with Stalin? 6-7 or some shit? I don't fucking know. Stalin 14 because he had a pedophilic relationship with a fucking 14-year-old at some point. Don't worry, Hitler was also a pedophile. Don't worry, Stalinites. Don't worry, Stalin heads. Hitler was also a pedophile. Both of them can burn in hell with their pedophilic relationships. I don't know why I took this thing off. But I did for some reason. Now it's back on. Hey, fuck you. What's up, Boy Meets Mini? How are we all doing this fine evening? What's it doing? Setting up an oil field of some kind, I believe. Alright, back to listening to Spyro ass music. Which I appreciate. I can appreciate some Spyro ass music. Because if you don't, you might be a cuck, and I hate you. I will keep saying just how fucking Spyro coded this fucking music is, though. It is so Spyro coded, dude. I'm feeling a little insomniac pilled right now. I think it was Insomniac who made those games. Pretty sure. I should remember that. I like those games. These are games that I like. I should know this. I should know this damn shit. Listen, Boy Meets Mini. You know how we had our talks in the DMs talking about Hassan orbiters and whatnot and their consequences. But if there is one thing that we can compliment the Hassan orbiters on, and I will compliment them on this, it is what they are trying to do with that one granny who got nominated for a streamer award thing for a hidden gem. Pushing hardcore for her to be able to attend, and I think they were able to push hardcore enough to have her be able to attend. I think Pokimane herself donated $2K to her for her expenses, and I think that's pretty based, to be honest. As much as I like to rag on, like, Hassan orbiters and whatnot, they too are also capable of some... They are capable of good more often than not. I will say. Alright, where's my central line? Here. Now we build. Can't believe that Daho like Zoran Kukdani. Inconceivable. I can't believe that I'm a democratic establishment shill. What an inconceivable notion. Am I cooked, chat? Chat, is it over for me? Is it Jover? Is it Jover for me? Tell me in the comments. Like, comment, subscribe. Ring that fucking goddamn bell. Have you rung that goddamn bell, Boy Meets Minnie, you son of a bitch? You bastard. Because I know that you too are also a cuck. To anyone with brown skin. How do I know? That's what the racists tell me. They sing in my head every single day. It's terrible. Make them stop. Stick you in the ice melting machines. Okay. Well, there's the natrocarbonatate. 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 Honestly, say that 5 times fast. Natrocarbonatate. Do you understand? Natrocarbonatate. This is important. You have to write that in your notes. It's going to be on the quiz. It's going to be on the test. Alright, so how do we process natrocarbonatate? That's right, you need a piece of calcite. What are the byproducts? That's right, stone, water, and petroleum. That's correct. 23 million patch right there, though. I think I might just use this 3 million one. There's a little bit of water there as well. A little bit. There's another thing I'd need is fucking radar. More like gaydar. Nyeh. More like lame-dar, because I'm fucking lame. Didn't I miss one? No, I didn't. I did not miss one. I think I might need to ship in some calcite just to get this whole process kick-started. God, why does there have to be so many fuck-ass byproducts? I forgot it's 2 fuck-ass byproducts we get from this shit. want the three beside the substation. Circuits. Iron plates. Steel. Time to stink up the environment a little more. We love to stink up the place, don't we? Don't we, folks? That is true, Boy Meets Spinny. You are 40 years old. Can't believe you'd watch this train wreck for 40 days in a row. Inconceivable. Huh. Trump canceled Doge. That's really funny. That's crazy. I'm still wondering, what exactly could we use this recipe for here with the, Oh, I just noticed the typo. Leftover. Leftover organic material from fossils. It's not how you spell leftover. Wait a minute. Not a typo. No, there's a typo. That's okay. Worse. There's been worse done on the humanity. Yeah, this mod is now literally unplayable. One typo. Okay, well, I think we need a need my train blueprints. I think the only way we're gonna get that, those fossils, we have to bring them by train. Which will we... When are we unplayable? When will we unplayable? Unloading. I'm scaling up a fucking molten iron production if I put that where I wanted it to put it. It's kind of annoying. Wowza. Thing's done. Crazy. What are the dumbass shit I can just research? Besides more mining productivity. Fossil. Right, we have to somehow get heating for these damn fucking bulk inserters. Boy Meets Minnie, I have a question. What's like the Hindu equivalent of Christmas? Of course you were being racist. I was wondering, what is like the Hindu equivalent? What's like the Hindu equivalent of Christmas? Does that exist? Or are you Hindu phobic, Boy Meets Minnie? Very important. Diwali. So you guys have a new year, but no massing of Christ. Interesting. Intriguing, intriguing. Right. Yeah, it's the life of... Yeah, there's a Pokemon Go event about that shit. Oh, the Festival of Lights. It's that and the Festival of Colors. Those are the two main ones, right? It's the one with all the fucking dyes and shit, and the one with all the other stuff. Christmas, Eid, and other religions still get counted in India. Damn, that's crazy. Wait, whatever happened to the my heckin' base Hindu nationalists. I thought you allow the celebrations of Eid. So much for, I guess Hindu nationalism has been now officially defeated. That's crazy. That's crazy. Boy Meets Mini, I don't think you understand racism. I, the white man, know racism way better, of course, because of being white. Thank you very much. Point of privilege. I'm white, so therefore I know how to be racist better than you. And what I'm basically saying is that when there's a will, there's a way, Boy Meets Mini. Do you not know of the concept of when there is a will, there is a way? You need to
I was wrong about you, Senator.
Racism.
You're not cringe. You're just fucking racist!
That's true. I am racist. What? I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not fucking cringe. You're just fucking racist. And mentally ill. I can't believe that I'm being called mentally ill by one of the most mentally ill people on the planet. Raiden. Raiden with Biden. I never would have thought. I'm being defeated in the marketplace of ideas by Raiden with Biden. Holy guacamole. Boy Meets Mini, we all know that you're riding with Biden. We know this. We know that you're a simp for Joe Brandon. You love Brandon. Brandon's your favorite character in South Park. I don't know why I'm saying South Park. Shut up. Fuck you.
That's a bunch of malarkey.
That's not a bunch of malarkey. That's the truth. Well, Alex, that's just a fucking skill. Like, honestly, your people just need to be better at racism. Like, stop being so shitty at racism, and then maybe you'll learn your lesson. Just be better at racism. You know? Stop being so shit at it. Like, have you ever thought that maybe you need to just be better? Be better. Or what's like those like Snickers commercials, you know? You're not yourself when you're hungry. You're not yourself when you're not racist. You know, shit like that. You're not yourself when you're anti-racist. Not a heat pipe again. Well, penis. Don't worry, we'll soon be producing our own heat pipe on site. Just need some fucking calcite. Although honestly, we need some calcite in order to kickstart this whole process. What? La Maliche? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Just, like, listening to those words, it sounds really fucking racist. Which sounds funny. Like, that shit sounds so fucking racist. Which makes it funny. You know, people talk about la Maniche, but not about la Dick. Why is that? Never about la Dick. Fuck you. It made sense and sounded funny in my head, okay? WH Omega lol? That is a WH if I've ever heard of one. Daho, you're being kind of racist. That's true. That is true. I am kind of racist. Well, that's that done. Well, you know what, Alex? Royvos, have you ever considered what happens if I were to ma your niche? Well, how about them apples, huh? Hernan Cortes, Native American slave, translator, and advisor. What? That's crazy. Whatever happened to La Malniche? What happened to her? Did she get, like, murdered terribly or something? That's the vibe I'm getting. I'm gonna guess that she got terribly murdered. Ah. So what you're telling me is we're getting a lot of cases of the classics. Is that am I correct to assume that we're getting classics? Indigenous slave raped by a bunch of Spaniards, had multiple children with them, yada 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 type shit. Classic? Classic history and stuff? Classic. Yeah. Listen, Alex, what could possibly go wrong? Dean Withers officially comes out as bisexual. Okay, good for him, I guess.
Pepe, why are you gay?
Who says I am gay? You are gay. You are gay. Who says I am gay? You are gay. Why are you gay? Obviously, she couldn't consent to the slave. Well, you know, Alex. Never lucky bubber ducky, you know? Listen, there is only one possible explanation for this, okay? Oh, it's like calling an Uncle Tom. Ah, I gotcha. I gotcha. Okay, there is only one possible explanation for this, okay? Alright? This is incredibly important. This will be on the test. It's Bubber Ducky.
Bubber ducky, bubber ducky, bubber duck. Bubber ducky, bubber ducky, bubber duck.
In Bubba Ducky, you play as Bubba Ducky. Lead your herd to their certain demise. They must all be exterminated.
Bubber ducky, bubber ducky, bubber duck. Bubber ducky, bubber ducky, bubber.
This is exactly what you were
Systematically
describing.
murder row after row of baby ducklings as a blood offering to the demon lord Baal. But watch out for sharks, Bubba Ducky.
Bubber ducky, bubber ducky, bubber duck. Bubber ducky, bubber ducky, bubber duck.
Choose from over 7 ducks, 15 tubs. Play as Bubba Ducky.
Bubber ducky, bubber ducky, bubber duck. Bubber ducky, bubber ducky, suck on my dick.
Feel real.
Can we all agree that that was basically the exact same thing? Bubber Ducky isn't Uncle Tom that led a bunch of baby ducklings to their certain doom as sacrifices to the demon lord Baal. Why would Bubber Ducky do this? That's kind of fucked up, Bubber Ducky. Why would you sacrifice everyone to the demon lord Baal? That's a little fucked up. A little fucked up. yeah. Yeah, Bubber Ducky is La Malincha. I can't say it. I'm too stupid. Where'd my sound go? That's funny. Can't believe that Bubber Ducky would lead people to their certain demise. It's kind of fucked up, Bubber Ducky. Alright, well, we got Spyro ass music back. Yeah, Che. Malinche. Oh, okay. Malinche. You know why I'm gonna lean your Che. Okay. Fuck you. How about them apples, Alex? I'm gonna malign your Che. How about that? It's like me saying I'm gonna uncle your Tom. You know what? Fuck you. Uncle's your Tom. You know what? I'm gonna krill. I'm gonna krill. Len. I'm about to bust. Wah! I'm about to bust. Wah! Why is Hank Hill such a funny character? Why is he so funny? You know, I think Hank Hill, honestly, is a perfect, ideal version of Americana. Who agrees with this take? Very ignorant, very stupid, but not really malicious about it. Like, Hank Hill doesn't know a lot of shit. He's like a very, very stupid. But he's not like an asshole about it. He probably knows that in the back of his mind that he's a bit of a fucking idiot. But like, for real? And that's just like charming. You know, that's part of Hank Hill's charm. It's like, yeah, he's a dumbass, but he knows about it. He knows that he's a bit stupid, but that's okay. That's why we like him. He's not malicious with his stupidity. And that's okay. Fuck my chungus life there, dude. You know what? 'Cause I'm lazy. I don't feel like correcting my mistakes. I'm doing that. Fuck you. Fuck you. Doesn't learn anything from my hubris. That's what I'm saying, Alex. Let's be honest here. Grifters, which most conservatives tend to be, are malicious and stupid. Because I don't say this stuff about, like, okay. If I were to go up to your boomer conservative uncle, or whatever the fuck, and he says, like, I don't know, like, T-slurs, all deserve, the wall, or some shit. Do I think that's coming out of, like, a genuine position? If I were to deconstruct that in the mind of that uncle or that family member, do you really think that they actually hold that position? Probably not. I don't think so. Like, if I were to be like, okay, well, Uncle, Jeebus. I don't know why I'm picking Jeebus. Fuck you. Well, Uncle Jeebus. Do you actually hold this position? Do you actually think that this that all these people should just be fucking exterminated for whatever reason? Do you even know one? Well, no. It's like, well, how do you know that they're so bad then? But there's a layer to this, obviously. It's all dependent on how lost in the sauce they are. That's a big distinct factor. Very, very important to discern. Lost in the sauceness. I don't need these walls or laser turrets. Like an onion, this has layers. It's very important for everyone to know. Like an onion, this does all have layers. Oh, but yeah, where was I going? Oh, yeah, I was talking about, like, malicious family members. Are family members, if you know they're malicious or not. Like, what's, like, the likelihood that Uncle Jeb is malicious about his, like, hatred of trans people? They're probably not very high, because more than likely, Uncle Jeb lives out in the middle of butt-fuck goddamn nowhere. Has never seen any of these people in his life and doesn't know shit about their fucking struggles or whatever the fuck bullshit they have to go through. Do you really think in your heart of hearts, you know, a hypothetical individual that I'm talking to here for no particular reason besides the fact that this is my stream, so I will just, I don't know, have like a schizophrenic talk and breakdown of whatever the fuck I feel like, because I feel like it. Do you really think that someone like Uncle Jeb has malicious intent to want to harm those fucking trans person or whatever? Probably not. Propaganda is a bitch. People fall into fucking rabbit holes all the time, and they don't know any better because of just how dog shit the American educational system is. That's not the individual's fault in that particular instance. That's the fault of the education system. It's the fault of poor funding, poor governance. On purpose, by the state. There's people you should blame there. It's not Uncle Jeb. It's people like Ronald Reagan. And also Barack Obama. Barack Obama had a huge hand in handing over the privatization of schools to motherfuckers like Bill Gates, right? Something that I completely forgot about. The Bill Gates Foundation had a huge hand in privatizing American education. Like, you want to know why there's like so much charter school slop out there now? That's all Bill Gates right there, baby. You know, maybe I should do a video yapping about Bill Gates sometime. Bill Gates would be a good person to cover at some point in time, I think, because of just, I think, the sheer amount of damage someone like Bill Gates has done to the planet. Because, like, Bill Gates in the minds of, like, a lot of your, like, more Gen X, boomer type people he's seen as like, oh, he's pretty good actually, right? You know, he does all this like charity work and all that bullshit, right? Oh, 1000%, yeah, Obama, dude. But I think it's important to cover why, like, people like Bill Gates are actually, like, the devil. Like, because he is a demon. Alex Jones is correct when he says that people like Bill Gates are demons, but he's not correct in his reasoning for as to why Bill Gates is a demon. Bill Gates is a demon, but not for the reasons he thinks. True. He also does like licking the boots of Shaitan. We had some problems here with our turbines. I think I caught that. Missing pipes. You nice and empty now? Yeah, you are. Lovely. We're just kind of chilling up here, eh? And I forgot to mention, Bill Gates was also friends with Epstein. I just remembered about that, huh? I don't know if he went to the island. Anywho, either way, like, severe reputational damage should be done to people like Bill and Melinda Gates, in my personal opinion. And I'll just leave it at a severe reputational damage should be done to them. Just to be nice. Also, before I forget to mention, there is a chance that I might be moving back home. My parents are giving me a lot of crap about moving back home, which is fun for everyone. So there might be a chance that I might be moving back home. Maybe. We'll see exactly what happens. But I'm not particularly enthused about it. God, this shit is... The fuck are these outputs, man? Why does there have to be so many fuck-ass byproducts? Damn, 800 water per second. It's crazy. Definitely help us sustain these power plants then. Which are consuming not that much water in comparison. I might dip in a below 2,500. The fuck's going on here? All right. Annoying ass annoying ass problem fixed. Damn relaxation interrupt should be working. It never works as is intended. Don't worry, you'll start to go back up now that we fixed the problem. That's much better. Yeah. It's so slow and arduous to have to build this shit because of just the robot penalties. It's very annoying. Very annoying. Don't like it. I need some mines and some substations. You know, I find these fossils to be very funny looking because they're all just... I mean, I guess technically seashells can also be fossils, right? I find these to be funny looking because they mostly look like seashells. These are fossils. Yeah, we're gonna get some Pokemon from them. Did I ever say... wait, I just thought of this. Did I ever say that I had to represent Israel at Model UN once? During high school? I used to be Israel. I think the subcommittee that I was on... I mean, this is back during high school when I was, like, more apolitical, like, gamer bro type, so I didn't really know all that much or care, at all about what was up with, like, Israel. What I did know was just, like, from what I read from, like, one Wikipedia article where, because I had to do something about nuclear proliferation committee or some shit. Something about nuclear. Nuclear, folks. Nuclear. Nuclear. The N-word. It's one of my favorite N-words. Nuclear. Yeah, I had to do Hasbro or something. Yeah. And, honestly, the whole time, I just didn't talk. I never went up and I never did anything. There was, like, someone who was, like, representing Seychelles. That tiny island that's right by Madagascar. Who was just, like, essentially carrying the whole thing. I didn't do shit. I just sat on my ass and wore a suit and was, like, talking up the Turkish girls. That's all I was doing. Oh, and some dudes from Spain as well. It was so funny. It was really, really good. I didn't do shit. There was like a proposal for like both the United States and also the Russians talking about like nuclear proliferation. It's like, well, I know Israel just has to go with everything that the US does, and it's like, well, you guys also agree with the Russian proposal saying that you want more nukes. It's like, yeah, I mean, we do want more nukes because it's Israel. Of course they want more nukes. So I was like, yeah, whatever, we agree with that. Whatever, it's Israel. Because now knowing what I know, the funny thing about that is that it's probably true. It's probably true. That's the funniest thing about that. My, like, laissez-faire, like, yeah, whatever. Israel, nukes, they want more of them? Yeah, sure, fuck it, whatever. Unironically, probably true now. Oh, no. There's a fucking da-boo-boo. Boy Meets Mini, you know what to do about the da-boo-boo poster. Can't believe that you made Boy Meets Mini almost crash with a fucking da-boo-boo. About what I would have expected from fucking da-boo-boo. Fuck you, da-boo-boo. Fuck you, da-boo-boo. I have to say to you, da-boo-boo. Fuck you, da-boo-boo. In school, we had to choose a news topic, do reports on it. Couldn't think of what topic to do reports on. Teacher had suggested Israel off famine, giving examples of topics. So that's what I chose. I was lost as fuck reading articles on that shit. Yeah, I read, like, the Wikipedia. Because we had to do, like, some prep work. We only had, like, 2 meetings to do prep work and research. I read the Wikipedia, like, once, and then just, like, mostly just, like, fucked around and did nothing for the rest of the time. And I was just like, yeah, I got my one talking point. Ah, we're probably fine. Whatever. Yeah, we neither confirm nor deny that we have nukes. Fuck you, suck our dick. And I pretty much just, like, said that. Well, not exactly that to the teacher. And she's just like, yeah, it's probably, you're good enough. That's whatever. It's funny as fuck. It's like, yeah, it's like I read some stuff on this. That's what they said. It's like, huh? It's like, all right. There was Wikipedia. Wait, how old are you, Alex? I'm older than you. I'm pretty sure, right? I'm pretty sure I'm older than you. I'm like 95% certain. You're older than me? How old are you? Wait, you're 36? Why do I have so many old farts in my community? What the hell? Old. Damn, why are all of you so old? Imagine being so old. Everyone needs to point left, the old people. Old. Old. It's funny. Imagine being that young and dumb. Who said I was dumb? That sounds like some copium to me. That sounds like some grade A tier copium to me. Male? A woman?
Cope and seethe, Jack.
Yeah, and you're a woman who fucking labubu posts, okay? Listen, if we wanna just fling a bunch of shit, you're not winning the shit flinging contest, okay? I will win this. I have no shame. Now, fuck you. Yeah, you wanna like fling a bunch of shit? Yeah, we can fling shit. Yeah, we can like throw poop and farting and shit and farting all around the place. Okay, we can do that. We can play that game. We can fart and poop in, or whatever the fuck. Germany. Shit. Wanna fight about it? Yeah, I'm on the way. Let me get the plane ticket. We'll scrap. Straight to jail? This isn't Monopoly, okay? I don't play that game. That's for libcucks, okay? What are you, a liberal? What, you're a liberal who likes playing Monopoly? Imagine being a liberal who likes playing Monopoly. Liberal, you play Monopoly. You like Monopoly. Monopoly, you're a Monopoly player. Yo, what's up? Okay, I should not have been clearing up that. In fact, what I should have been clearing out is the other side. I'm stupid and cringe. Beta! Imagine being such a beta male. Couldn't be me. I could never be a beta male. I took the Omegaverse quiz, and I got Loner Alpha. So, get owned, libtard. Daho, what does a Loner Alpha mean in the fucking Omegaverse? It means you're depressed. It's in the title. Lemures. Lemures. Well, listen, I understand that in your twilight years, it's kind of difficult to read. Everything gets tough. We all know about that one Earthbound image of like the old man saying, "Oh, I'm 30," and that means they're really old. But you know, I'm just saying. You know, is this why I'm stuck at 297 subscribers now on YouTube? Because I keep doing this. Oh man, dude, I am funny. Everyone can cope and see about it. Okay. God, these loading stations have to be so fucking weird and shit because of reasons, and I hate it. What are you laughing about there, you MILF? Oh, like, the amount of people who bitch and complain about the amount of times I swear is so fucking annoying, dude. It's like, okay, why are we, like, bitching, moaning, and complaining about the amount of times someone fucking swears, bro? Like, unironically, you people, like, like, your panties get in a fucking twist, because you want to, like, I don't know, like, rape and murder a bunch of people. You're okay with, like, the raping and murdering and pillaging of people, but, one fucking dude says a couple swears here, and all of a sudden, it's the end of the fucking world. It's just like, bro, fucking shut the fuck up, dude. You people are okay with, like, the rape, pillage, and murder of, like, countless peoples in the fucking world, and you want to, like, get your panties in a twist over, one, little edgy boy. Not even that edgy, I'll be honest. One dude just saying some fucking swear words. It's like, honestly, like, shut the fuck up, dude. Grow the fuck up. And people say that I should grow the fuck up. Yeah, okay, bro. Nice meme. I'm not the one who's getting their knickers in a bunch, fucking complaining about swear words. Like, okay, bro. Nice meme. Nice fucking meme, dude. We do sneak in a Britishism right there, okay? Would a Mormon's first time soaking be a one-night stand with a stranger, technically, since they don't know who they'll marry? Do Mormons typically have, like, arranged marriages or something? I have no idea. Mormonism is just weird. Like, fake religion. That shit's not real. That shit's fake. It's just an excuse for, like, I don't know, fucking sinners to be like, to justify fucking capitalism. Like, weird evangelicals have, like, some, like, weird carve-out to be fucking, like, polygamous capitalists and, like, CEOs and feel okay about the fact that they're CEOs and shit. It's just fucking stupid, dude. Like, Mormonism is the fucking rich man's Christianity, okay? which means it's fake and gay, derogatory. Shit's not real. I know that Boy Meets Mini would back me up on that one. Well, that's annoying. We can't get to that belt with any fucking heat pipe. Cringe. What did I do? Fuck you, Boy Meets Mini. God damn it. You have failed this city yet again. Prosperity Gospels, those are the rich man's Christianity. That's true. Okay, this is gonna be a funny looking belt balancer, but this is just so we can get the heat pipe in there. Wait, the Mormon church is the biggest real estate. I guess that makes sense, right? Because of all the fucking churches. Those dang homo queers derogatory fucking have. And I say that with zero affection, because I hate Mormons. Daho, you have a lot of hate in your heart. Good. Don't ask what I'm doing here, okay? Shit ton of undeveloped land. Wait, are you telling me that the Mormon church does abunda shit? Abunda! They do abunda! They're abundists! Holy shit, they're unironically Bro, that's like Ezra Klein's wet dream, dude. Holy shit. Dude. Ezra Klein must love the Mormon church. Can I get a real? Can I get like a can I get a true? Can I get a truth nuke for that? Can I get some trues? Any truers? We true in that? We true in that?
Pepe, why are you gay?
Someone banned the MILF.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true.
Wait,
that's true, and yeah, that's true.
Too homosexual.
That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
Ezra Klein is the first Jewish Mormon. That's a fucking truth nuke right there. That's a fucking truth nuke. Oh yeah, because Mormons fucking hate Jews, don't they? Well, I mean, Mormons hate anyone who's not white, right? So yeah, it makes sense. They probably think of Jews as like, I don't know, like mentally ill fucking degenerates or whatever. Who says I am gay? You are gay. Why are you gay? You are gay. Why? That's like literally the next line from that fucking reporter. Like, you are gay. Get owned. What, you thought listen, you thought that you were going to beat homophobic African reporter? You were never beating that man. You listen, that was this was all a part of my trap. I knew you would say that. So I anticipated it and owned you in the marketplace of ideas. Get owned. Libtard. You thought you could get me in the marketplace of ideas there, sacrificial move, but, you know, unfortunately, you are a woman. So, clearly, you have no idea what you're doing or talking about because you're a woman. And I hate women. Donald John Trump. Dude, his overt misogyny is, like, so fucking funny. Because, I mean, we all know that Trump was always a fucking misogynist, like, doy. But, like, the fact that it's getting more overt than usual, I think is so fucking funny to me. I got the shittiest day I could come onto your stream and play that soundbite, then listen to you copy it. I'll be better and laugh my ass off. Well, you know. And listen, they do call me an entertainer, right? I'm basically a Hollywood star. They should sign me up for Hollywood, folks, let me tell you. Maybe I should have just been a theater kid instead. Just be like a super homo queer. You know, maybe my life would have been slightly better. I'm being sarcastic. My life would not have been any better. Well, you know. We're just doing a little bit of trolling.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
That's what I said. That's what I'm saying, Donald. Donald, why are you so correct about everything? Well, it's because it's me that's saying it, so that's why it's right. I'm obviously right, and everyone else is wrong, except for me. I don't know why I did that.
The American people are tired of women.
Real, and true and based and real and true and based and real. Yo, any truth nukers? I'm truth nuking that, dude. That's such a fucking truth nuke right there. True. True. I'm truing that. I'm fucking truing that. Look, cows come home, dude. God, nothing truer has ever been said about how much the American people hate women. What a truth nuke. But yeah, I'm trimming that one. Aren't there a bunch of Indians that do like Trump a lot? I mean, Boy Meets Mini has talked about this before, but there's been, like, fucking temples. Right? Like, that have been dedicated to Trump. Like, unironically. Like, you know, all in the exact same, like, mentally ill fucking ways with, like, Trump supporters and shit. You know, in that twisted, perverted sense of community. What can I say? I love my H-1B visa holders. I mean, what? Alright, wakey wakey. What do you mean, pure stupidity, woman? Why are you calling them stupid? Is it because you're a stupid woman? You silly woman? Is that why you're calling them stupid? Huh? That's not very nice. You should apologize. Yeah, well, you're a silly woman. Get owned. Liptard. You're a woman, so you're wrong. Well, you know what? Fuck you, bitch. Suck my dick and eat my shit. Honk? Boy Meets Mini. Check your hard drive. Check for goose activity. Check for goosing around. Mods, check for goose. Check for gooser. Check for goosing around. We got a fucking goose on the loose. We can't be having any goose on the loose. Can't be having any geese on the lease. That kind of rhymed. That kind of worked. That one needs to be photoshopped a little bit, I think. Geese on the lease. It wasn't that bad. Alright, well, that's the train station. Look at that. That's aggressively Canadian? Is it aggressively Canadian? No, it'd be aggressively Canadian if I was talking about, like, maple syrup and the weather. Being like, oh, so you know the the Leafs, eh? Oh, we're having having a good time, good season in the hockey. I don't know if we're in the off season or not, honestly. It shouldn't be the off season. It should be the beginning of the season. Ah, but you know, we're probably going to lose again in Game 7 because that's just how it goes. You fail to understand the spelling of lease that I'm going with here, Sacrificial MILF. It's obviously not with an A, it's L-E-E-S-E, which is clearly a word that I just made up, so it can rhyme with geese. Fuck you. Once again, I'm winning the marketplace of ideas against these stupid fucking woke libtards. Fuck you, suck my dick. Lease is a Quebecois word. Yeah, let's just go with that. Sure. Yeah, it's French. French. Yeah, it's French. We love the French. Ho ho ho. Baguette. I love XQC. He wore that shirt of me that one time. You know, that was pretty cool.
That was pretty cool that when XQC wore that shirt of me. That was cool. I like that. You know? Who? I don't know who's Steven Chowder? I don't know who that is. Who's that guy? Never heard of him. He's like, it's like a TV show or something. It's like a cartoon. I don't know what a cartoon is.
Why don't you ask that question again there, Alex? Ask yourself that question again. Do you really think that XQC endorsed anyone in the Canadian elections? We're talking about the Horsemen of Void. No, of course not. Do you think that XQC got into politics because, I don't know, he wants to be like a principled politics understander? Fuck no. Well, I mean, both of them are very, very similar. They have vastly different opinions. I think, like, XQC is just like a... Honestly, XQC is just an idiot. There's, like, no other way to describe XQC besides, like, fucking dumbass. He goes... That's XQC. Well, no, Asmongold's just a fascist. There's a difference. Because as we all know, all fascists are stupid. If you are a fascist, it is a necessity for you to be stupid. Like, why believe in such stupid ideology? I have to assume that you yourself are incredibly stupid. Which, for Asmongold, yeah, he is incredibly fucking stupid. Okay, well, that's just gonna keep warming up. Or honestly, let's just finish off this fucking train station. Look at all those fossils, folks. I don't really know how fast of a loading station this will be, but we don't really have much of a choice. Using the other inserters would be way too much of a pain in the ass for this, so this will have to do. I do think they look a little funny. At least the slight adjustment here is working exactly to perfection. But yeah, XQC didn't endorse anyone for the Canadian elections because he doesn't give a fuck about that. The only reason why he got into fucking politics and cared about Trump at all, again, similar reason for like Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross likes Trump because he's an idiot and he saw the vibe. That's it. Through IQ and vibes. Main mode of operation for a lot of these, like, dumbasses. There's no, like, I don't know, principled political stance that's being taken here. It's just like, dude, like, Donald Trump, he's, like, fucking epic, bro. He rapes women, and that's, like, cool, bro. And that's it. That's the level that we're operating under. Well, Daho, aren't you being a little crude when you say this? Yes, but it's true, so fuck you. Any woman would agree with this. That men, that a bunch of men out there probably think it's cool. Think that it is cool that Donald Trump rapes women. Okay. That was a lot of water per second, actually. Oh, a lot of stone per second. Yeah, this hoodie's pretty comfy. Yeah, it's a good hoodie. What's up, Matt? It's a good hoodie. Very comfy. I'm very cozy pilled right now. Might as well put... God, did the fucking charging stations get frozen? I hope not. That'd be really annoying. Oh, thank God they don't. You finished season 1 of Shippuden. More like Shippoop then. I'm sorry. Isn't actually sorry. Is lying. Lies. Daho, you wouldn't lie on the internet now, would you? Clueless. Ah, puta. You know, I'm surprised that no one's come up with this pun. Has anyone come up with this pun for fucking Shippuden? Shovel poop in? Got him? Why am I like this? It's a very good question I should ask myself constantly. Why am I like this? No idea. Probably because it sucks. And I also suck. Because Shibun's actually not shit. I don't need stack. Just regular long hands are fine. It's okay though. You're okay though. Dab, got him. I'm so funny. Objectively the most funniest man on the planet. Why am I so funny? I don't need that many batteries. I don't know, let's go with like 300 is more than enough. Professional organizers cost a lot to hire? I have no idea, honestly. What do you need professional organizers for? Ah, it's white. Like my skin. Alright, it's easy. Man, you guys needed to get to a RoboPort to charge instantly. Jesus. Now, this is going to be rough until we get those robo chargers. I don't hate this design. Really hard time going through and organizing my work/crafting area. I'll get shit ready to do the thing. My brain just says no, fuck you. This is super overwhelming. Ah. ADHD. Don't worry, same. I get that. I have a train. And it's full of fuel. Look at it go. Look at it go. Yeah, that is definitely not as fast as bulk inserters, but I don't really have much of a say in that. Kind of at a loss about it, and I feel really dumb about it, because it should be easy, and it's just like, no the fuck it's not. Yeah, this just sound like some ADHD shit or something. That's the vibe I'm getting. I'm definitely sensing the tism. Real? Same? I mean, look at the video game I'm playing. I definitely have autism. Hmm. So we have all these fossils. And no, Boy Meets Mini, we're not going to be making fuel out of them. Actually, you know what? Fuck you. Turns Boy Meets Mini into fossil fuels. Smile. Fuck you. Turns you into a fossil fuel. How about them apples, Boy Meets Mini? Turns you into a fossil fuel. What say you, Boy Meets Mini? It's so over for Boy Meets Mini. I'm gonna have to come up with some like weird balancing shenanigans to make this shit work. I also feel bad for throwing shit away. I don't want to add to the dumb bullshit people throw away. I also get that feeling as well. Like, I have some old shit that I want to, like, keep around. Like, I have my old Switch still, because it is a first edition Switch, but it's, like, it's really broken. Well, it's not that it's broken, it works. It can turn on. It has problems fucking turning on, but it can. I have an old phone of mine. It's a Samsung Galaxy S10, but I think it doesn't take a charge anymore. It doesn't turn on anymore. So I think that thing's pretty much cooked for sure. Which is kind of annoying, actually, that it doesn't work anymore, but whatever. I don't even know what happened to it exactly. It is what it is. That I probably will get rid of. I asked my mom to take that to the electronic dump. And whatnot. Get that taken care of. Yada yada yada.
Get that sorted away appropriately.
Alright, what's the dip this time on at Novice? I'm out of calcite. Eh? Wait, what? Well, now it's... What the fuck? What the hell just happened? Oh, that was weird. Okay. Good thing I caught this in time. You're fine. Yeah, okay. You're operating as intended. I don't know why I have filters on these. These don't need filters. Hey, you guys want me to do should we include fuel? Yes. Perfect. So now we're not going to be wasting the spoilage. Poif. Poif. Do not include the crafting, actually. We just want to read the fuel content. Oh, it's +1 because of the one that's currently being consumed. Okay, that makes sense. That doesn't work as well then. Actually, then it should be at around... Wait, no, that's fine. Because it consumes that, blah, blah, blah. No, that still works. That still works, actually. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. That still works as I think it does. That's fine. That's okay. What was I talking about? I think I was talking about something, but I don't remember what. Right, we were having some problems. I saw a distinct issue, but it solved itself. I ran out of calcite for some reason. My ship was not sending out calcite. Because I saw a dip in my science production. I'm like, well, that's illegal. That shouldn't be happening at all. What the fuck? No, this patch is almost done, finally. Yeah, I don't remember what I was talking about. That's something about ADHD. I don't know. Something. Okay, so one of the things with this plan is I need something to kickstart all the processes because they're all interdependent and codependent on each other, which is very, very fucking annoying. But hey, we got the train to the fossils. We got this stuff all good and dandy and stuff. These probably need to be rotated. In fact, I know that these need to be rotated. The calcite comes from the fossils. Ugh, the problem with this shit is that it has multiple fucking outputs, which is so annoying. Like every fucking recipe in this goddamn planet for some reason. Everything has 4 fucking outputs, which is very annoying. That's a lot of calcite per second. 48? Jesus Christ. That's a lot. Rhenium dust, sulfur, that's for sulfuric acid, which we have to feed back in. Rhenium is the special shit here. Calcite, which we need a bunch of, feed that through the middle. I hope. It's gonna be a difficult proposition. That already doesn't work. You know, if anything, this will be a good preparation for Aquilo. But on Aquilo, we're going to try to do everything possible to use as little belts as possible. Similar with this planet. That's just the thing with this planet that makes it different is that there's a lot of high throughput shit that actually does need belts, which makes it annoying. Okay, so this place needs calcite. Calcite needs to also be brought here. And here. Obviously, we do not need 48 fucking calcite per second. That's a lot that's going to back up eventually. Which means we also have to dump the excess calcite. Well, that's what this dump area is for, so that's fine, I guess. cut off. Only one extra. We're gonna have to do some belt weaving? What's higher throughput? The rhenium. Do we got green belts? Okay, go get more belts. Okay, so you guys are for the rhenium. Rhenium goes in the middle. Sulfuric acid can either come around the top or some other shit. The sulfur itself, we can probably just feed out to the back. So we can loop that shit back around for more sulfuric acid. You are for calcite. And then we just belt weave. Boom. That'll do. That'll do, Donkey. Guys, have I ever mentioned how much I just love solving logistical problems? I love Who heckin' loves logistics? Me, I do. I love logistics. Well, fuck you. I actually hate this shit. Then why do you play the game? Because it's a cry for help. Okay, so now all that needs to happen is for this to get looped in with the rest of it, and it'll be good to go. I'm out of... out of heat pipe. I'm getting the eye twitches. More like ass, am I right? Dab, 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 dab. I hate myself for making these jokes. Why am I like this?
Wrong.
Like I said, this is all a cry for help. Okay, as soon as I can get this fucking loop going, I'm going to flick on this goddamn fucking... Yeah, I'm gonna flick on this, this bullshit. I'm gonna get some starting calcite. Should be more than enough for starts. Then we'll be able to make our own heat pipe. Don't have to fucking ship that shit down anymore. Thank God. Inshallah. Then we'll move on from there. Because I think the next thing that we need is to... Yeah, we need to trigger science. Which means we'll be trying to start shipping up thorium. Fun. Right, this is the process that's super fucking weird because you need a U-235 and it spits out a U-235. Which means we're gonna be throwing out a bunch of U-235 because it can also make extra fucking U-235. And of course, stone. Oh boy, stone. We love stone byproduct. That's where we need to ship in the thorium. We'll just belt that shit in. Drag one of our pipes. Easy peasy. Let's just turn you guys on. Fuck my life. I was about to say, fuck, none of the chemical plants are getting heating. Because I also need to fucking put in their pipes. Oh god, it's actually such a pain. This is actually so much more of a bigger pain in the ass than I thought it would be. Logistically speaking. God, because we have the fucking fuck-ass water byproduct as well. This doesn't work. Fuck my Chungus life. Fuck my Chungus wife. Fuck my Chungus life wife. Why couldn't there be underground heat pipes? Doesn't make a lot of sense, I know. Shut up, fuck you. A man can dream. A man can cope. A man can seethe. Okay, so this design clearly is not going to work because of that fucking third output. That being the calcite. Which means I need extra space. Okay, that should always be there. These are for the calcite. Beacon can fit between here. Nah, it'd be like that sometimes. Okay. This. This. We have shit for water. Okay. It's not as greedy as I want it to be, but it's okay. I want her to be so much more greedy, but I can't because of just how many fucking byproducts and shit this fucking shit makes. Like 4 products. 2 inputs, 4 products. What were they thinking when they made this? What were they thinking? Clearly, it was so I could have an aneurysm. Like that. Okay, so, heat pipe here will take care of the heating for this. We can do this. I want the calcite to come out this way. I can't reach that underground belt with any heat pipe. Somehow managed to squeeze a hole in here. The underground. Sir, no, that's gonna interrupt that as well. Can I move this back a spot? That'll do it. Boom. Problem is that this is very much so in the next lane, so can I move this back? But now this has like no room to output. Okay. Then we just do a belt instead. We do one of these. And if there's more nodes, underground like that. Okay, perfect. I think we have fixed our problem. Huh? How the fuck did you get destroyed? What? The shit? Huh? I'm gonna make a new interrupt. I have an idea for this interrupt. Okay, I like this interrupt. In case shit happens. I want this to start to go to fucking, Maluna for repairs. Because I don't anticipate any of the other ships ever taking any damage, ever. Ever. Perfect. We don't need to do that, actually. I think I might only just do 2 of these. Yeah, that's a lot of water. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna stick with these. That should be more than enough. I did not think that these fucking ratios would actually be that high in terms of throughput. But I'm not gonna complain. That's a lot of rhenium dust. It's the main reason why you have this recipe. Okay, I think that should be fine. And we have an output for the calcite. But we're gonna have to get around this. That's whatever. Already done enough belt magic shenanigans. What's some more? What dipshit? Boomst? Of course, if we can add more, we can add more modules. There's a good thing about this is as it is actually pretty tileable. It's not bad. It's a little convoluted and ridiculous, but hey. C'est la vie. Of course, we need to adjust here. Get rid of this, actually. Make a little adjustment here and there. Because we want the sulfur to go like so. Oh, for the fucking Zoran take. That dude's a fucking dumbass, man. Yeah, welcome to politics, friends. How do you know that he's getting anything out of return? Wait, you don't think I fucking know that? Yeah, of course I know. Like, how do you know that he even got anything out of return? Cultural pressure is also a thing, my friend, within politics. Has there been any reporting that he got anything out of this? Wait, did the dude say Hakeem Jeffries has higher aspirations? No, the fuck he doesn't. Oh my god, yes, he did say Hakeem Jeffries has higher... No, the fuck he does not. With those fucking national polling numbers? Fuck no. Fuck no, he does not have higher aspirations. He's gonna get fucking smacked down instantly. Instantly, it's over. Higher aspirations for political office? Brother, do you know what his national polling is? Brother. Or the polling across New York? If he runs for Senate, he's gonna get instantaneously fucking... No, that's stupid. That is that's cope. Massive fucking cope.
Hakeem Jeffries actually has very high political aspirations.
Yeah? Like what, my left fucking testicle or something? Okay, bro. Nice meme. I just remembered we also need to have fucking inputs, god damn it. Yep, 1000%. Like, because for whatever reason, like, a lot of these people seem to think that, like, oh, you might be, like, what, are you against fucking primary challenges? No, fuck no. You should primary challenge Hakeem Jeffries, yeah. Primary challenge that fucking, that fucking, Lovecraftian fish experiment. Absolutely. The problem is that, like, given currently with the makeup of the fucking Senate and everything, or not the Senate, the current makeup of the districts and whatnot, like he would not win. Like, it would be bad if he really does. That motherfucker really think that Hakeem Jeffries has fucking aspirations for higher political office? That's so fucking funny to me. No, he fucking doesn't. Boy Meets Mini, just say, like, honestly, just say, like, dude, if Hakeem Jeffries were to run for higher office, he would get smacked down instantaneously. It would be a disaster. And it would be a disaster. To say that Hakeem Jeffries has aspirations for higher fucking political office is nonsensical to me. Yeah, it would be a disaster. Like, it would not go well. Many people in the party would say, do not do this. This is a really bad idea. But then you can just be like, well, Daho. All politicians are egotistical fucking maniacs. Look at Chuck Schumer. Yeah, but I don't think Chuck Schumer is doing that out of any ego play. I think he's just doing it because he's evil. There's a difference. I just think Chuck Schumer is evil. Okay, so I just remembered that we also have to have inputs for these fucking things. So, I guess what that means? Another fucking redesign is necessary. Because we have to fucking bring in the fossils to process the fossils. Fuck my life. Yeah, it would be a fucking disaster. It would be really bad. Guys, Hakeem Jeffries totally has fucking higher political aspirations. Yeah, okay, dude. Nice meme. And Tom Selleck is gonna be in the in the Congress of the United States of America. Gaze upon my political political acumen and weep, libtards. I don't know why I'm referencing Tom Selleck. Don't ask any questions. I'll kill you. Guys, Hakeem Jeffries has higher political ambitions. Ah, he does he now. Okay. I'm pretty sure the polling would indicate that Bumblefuck McGeezerston would take Hakeem Jeffries' like flailing corpse and just like beat the shit out of it with him. Like mollywop him with the head with his own corpse. Hakeem Jeffries has higher political aspirations. Yeah, okay, dude. Hakeem Jeffries, 2028 for the presidential nomination. 1,000-year Reich reigns upon the United States of America. Super Uber Giga Hitler wins. Like, that is just wild for me that I saw that. That individual really believes in their heart of hearts that Hakeem Jeffries has goals, aspirations for higher political office. Yeah, and I also intend to run as the NDP candidate for my fucking riding. Okay, dude. Nice meme. Actually, it's nonsense. Like, it's just nonsense political analysis. Okay, well, that's the input for you. Deontay said I can't do an engineering career anymore. Yeah, it's yeah, everyone has to be like Zoran now. They're all gonna be like, why aren't you mayor like Zoran? What's going on here? I'm telling you, Boy Meets Man, you're cooked now. You gotta be mayor of LA now. If you want them to like get off your nuts. Yeah, you're fucking cooked, buddy. Like, you hang out in my chat. That's Oppo research enough. Okay. I think it's okay. I think. Oh, God. Have I forgotten to mention how much of a pain in the ass this is? Well, it's worth mentioning again. This shit's a pain in the ass. What am I doing with the other lane? That's a good question. Oh, yeah. Alright, there we go. All that's needed now is some sulfuric acid, and then we can kickstart the process. Now that we have all this shit figured out, how the fuck am I going to get the... I can still use belt weaving, and I think it might just have to be belt weaving. Using Factorio's quirks to our advantage. Quirk, is this My Hero Academia? Oh, My Hero, Your Academia. Actually, we don't have to do that. Oh. That just fits. Oh dear, that just fits. God, what a fucking mess. Oh dear, that does not fit. Yeah, it works for this bit, but it does not work here. But it destroys my lovely symmetry. I must have symmetry. I must maintain my symmetry. Very important. Now, we can take this. Boom. And now we have an output for the calcite. Problem is that now this is definitely not copy and pasteable. But I do not intend on copying and pasting this thing. This is enough. God, the fact that these things are so long is so good. That's what she said. Well, man, that changed from 11 to 15 tiles for these Hyper Underground belts is coming in super clutch for me right now. Sure. Okay, it's the calcite. Okay, that's the calcite being fed in. Lovely, fantastic, very good, very cool. And we'll just do a very simple, stupid solution for if there is way too much. The rest will be easily grabbed by the fucking inserters. Just have a fuck-ass long belt. And dispose of the excess, because we are going to have excess. That's a guarantee. Excess calcite? Oh, that's gonna happen. Oh, that's definitely happening. Whew, okay, lovely. Man, that's, pretty fucking wild. I do wonder. Electrochemical plants. I do believe these have a latent 35% productivity bonus, electrochemical plants, but we're not getting those for a long time. That's where the dust is gonna go. must be producing a lot of extra sulfur. There's so many ways this stupid ass shit can fucking back up. It's so annoying. The amount of ways this fucking thing can back up is insane to me. Like, this is going to back up. This is a bottleneck right here if I don't have a splitter. This is where the sulfuric acid's going to have to be to feed back into this fucking loop. We do not need that much. Woof. No, we definitely do not produce enough fucking sulfur for this, but then again, you're always short on sulfur. I mean, that's still a lot of sulfur, though. I could just import in some sulfur and some calcite just to kickstart this process. Probably will. There's a calcite. We just need some sulfur now to just kick this thing in the balls to start it. We put the calcite in here. Let me put the sulfur in here, because the calcite will give us the iron plates we need. Then this will make the rest of the shit that we need. And then the loop begins. Ah, fuck. I also need sulfur to make coal, because we need coal, I think, on this planet as well for a bunch of different shit. Okay, that's how we're gonna get the sulfur. Now we need the iron. How the fuck are we getting the iron? Have to probably do it like this. fact, we definitely have to do it like this. I can't unfreeze the buildings as well. God damn it. I have to move this up by 1. That doesn't work either. I'll have to space these out differently then. God damn it. It's all logistical fucking nightmare. Okay. Cool. I think that works. I just have to import in a little bit of sulfur. We've imported in the calcite. Just import in some sulfur, and then we can get her started. Get our loop here started. We're gonna have to do some shenanigans with the with fluids as well, managing all the fluids, because these recipes produce a lot of water. Oh boy, they produce a lot of water. Which means we're gonna need some tanks. This is definitely not going to be enough of a pump. Because this recipe alone produces a lot of water. 2100 per second. Not 2400 per second, about 2500 per second. Okay, that's good. Lets us maintain our sulfuric acid loop. Okay, loops. Brother, I hear you love loops. Brother, no, I do not love loops. Loops are very annoying. I hate loops. Brother, no, I do not like loops. Okay, cool. Oh my god, it's almost one. Fuck my life. Zara Mamdani endorses Hakeem Jeffries for majority leader if Democrats win back the House. That's definitely what's got all their fucking panties in a twist. Like, who the fuck else is gonna be the majority leader? Who's gonna have enough votes? Are we gonna do, like, the same, like, LARP shit? Or something? It's stupid. Good night, Sacrificial MILF. You go be the MILF. Or something, I don't know. Actually, no, I shouldn't ask who else could fucking take the position. Because that's not the correct question. They'll just be like, well, he could just not say anything at all. It's like, why bother picking a fight that you don't need to? Like, these people really do not understand of the concept of pick your fucking battles. Like, you know, I was anticipating that I'd have to be Zora Mamdani's strongest soldier against, like, stupid right-wingers and, like, billionaire cuckolds. Not lefties. But then I forget consistently that there's just like stupid, very idiotic, grifting lefties all over the place. But it's okay. A black woman did a free room cosplay once, so everyone needs to have a schizophrenic conniption about it. It's like, all right, dude, nice meme. Anywho, I will be right back. I'm going to head to the bathroom. I'm going to also get some water. Do all that good shit. But I'll be right back. What's up, gamers? We are so Bardock Hussein Obuminous. Don't ask what that means. Man, all of the most stupid and annoying people are very mad about this. It's very cool. Trump pulling on key issues is what I am looking for. I think this is general Trump polling. Yeah. for... I just want Trump's... I want... If you can find this Boy Meets Mini, or anyone else in chat, I want just polling on Trump issue by issue is what I want. So I want to make use of that. I don't want his general approval rating. I think that's useless. Although, I mean, if it's also in there as well, then that's fine. I want the approval rating by issue, because I know he's underwater everywhere. Ooh, did I find what I was looking for? Yes, I did! It's not recent enough. May 8th. Because it's showing that he's positive in terms of crime, border security, national security, and immigration. That's not the case anymore. He's underwater in all of those as well. But yeah, he is very much so under. Minus 26 YouGov poll, inflation and prices. Whew. That is definitely worse now. Like inflation slash prices, 77% of Americans think that's the most important thing. Minus 26% on those, and that's from like May 2nd. It's funny, it's funny, it's funny. Here we go. I think I found it. Is this recent? How recent is this? Oh, this is very recent. Jobs in the economy, terrible. Inflation, cost of living, terrible. Immigration, terrible. Doesn't have crime on here, which is kind of annoying, but that's fine. Damn, even in most of the states, Trump has negative approval rating. Even in fucking Florida, -5 in Florida. Damn. In Florida, -5? That's incredible. Yeah, in Florida, -5. -4 in Texas. Turns out all those Hispanics that he's trying to deport fucking hate the fact that he's trying to deport them. Would've thought. Damn, maybe you shouldn't have been trying to deport all those fucking Hispanics that voted for you. You fucking idiot. He's even -4 in Alaska, for fuck's sake. Like, that's insane, dude. Oof. That's rough, buddy. That's rough, buddy. It's not the most... yeah, it's pretty recent. It's got data from November. Like, -4 on immigration is actually insane. Like, on everything, he's dropped like a fucking rock. Very, very funny. Okay. Oh boy, common sense politics. I think this is the same video that got a shout out from, I think, Crimes New Roman. Who's a video essayist. Pretty good video essayist. Got a shout out from them. So that's where I found this video. Oh boy. Common sense politics. I love common sense politics. It's my favorite thing to think about. Anyway, let's get started with this. Common sense, a word that you very often see thrown around consistently now in this realm. And also, yes, of course, a preamble. I've not engaged with this individual's content before, Max Morrow, but I believe they were referenced in a Crimes New Roman video, and I became instantaneously interested into doing a little bit of a sort of a bit of a look into the looking glass of this talking point that is very often used by, as Max Morrow also indicates here, both Trump and Asmongold, talking about how the positions that they believe in, both Trump and Asmongold, is common sense, you know, of sound judgment, of the sort of for the common good of all people. And I hear this talking point consistently. And we're going to go over a little bit of polling data. Trump is under water under all of these key issues. Well, that's a little interesting. I thought that if we were for common sense, that our policies would reflect that. If the American people, generally speaking, do not approve of the actions that the Trump administration is currently following or doing while in office, why continue to do them? That seems like it would be against common sense, against the common good of people, against sound judgment. But he is, and I've mentioned this before, I believe he is basically on every issue. I wish specifically this polling also had crime as well, how he's polling there, because I believe he's also negative on crime. But he is negative on every single issue. People do not like any of the actions the current administration is taking in terms of all these issues, like immigration, which was supposed to be one of his stronger suits. Negative in terms of that. But Asmongold and Donald Trump will basically say well, wait, what are you talking about? People love what I'm doing with immigration, of just randomly deporting anyone who I deem to be an illegal migrant and just throwing them out of the country without due process illegally. What do you mean? That's actually for the common good. This is a common sense policy. And it's just what the fuck are you talking about? You're underwater in that issue. Everyone has been seeing the videos of all of these children and mothers and people who just want to go to work, mostly a lot of men who've been going to work, for example, get detained on social media, and it turns out a lot of people actually don't like any of that stuff. I say this also to you, Asmongold, the stupid, dumb fucking fascist who wants to have a white ethno-state because he's been listening to a little bit too much fucking Nick Fuentes. So it's just I have to ask these people, given these current polling numbers, does it look like Trump's policies and the actions he's taking on those policies are common sense? I have to ask, is this common sense? Well, why is that? The only way that you can possibly think that these are common sense in any way, shape, or form is if you're just in a fucking bubble. We know that the president is definitely in a fucking bubble. And we know why Asmongold is also in said bubble as well. Because he's just looking to try to get more money from a new fucking goddamn audience. Well, I'm really, really curious, though. This is a bit of an aside, little tangent. When this right-wing cultural moment inevitably dissipates, and it's starting to dissipate, and the woke backlash happens, because there is going to be a woke fucking backlash. A ton of motherfuckers are going to get absolutely canceled because of a lot of the shameless positions and thoughts and beliefs they had. Just the absolute fucking shamelessness. Squad W, and all that good shit. The absolute fucking shamelessness of a lot of these people. There's going to be a ton of fucking people getting canceled for a lot of their beliefs because they believed in a bunch of shit that was nonsensical. That was against the common interest, the common good, the common sense of people. So, I have to ask, like, why do you think this is common sense? Nobody fucking agrees. Well, not nobody. People do agree, but the vast majority of people do not agree with what the Trump administration is currently doing in office. So in what way is this common sense? Oh, but back to the fucking tangent real quick. Yeah, I'm very interested to see how Asmongold is going to navigate out of the alt-right stinker fucking hole that he's dug himself into by believing and saying all of the incredibly idiotic fascistic shit that he's been spewing out into the fucking ether. Like, I'm very interested to see how he's going to square that fucking circle when he inevitably tries to do, like, another centrist pivot like he's been consistently doing. But that's like musings for another time. But I feel like this is a point that I'm going to be constantly reiterating, I think, throughout the entirety of this fucking video. In what way is what Trump doing common sense, for the common good, for, like, of sound judgment? Like, how we've seen Trump speak, man. Like, he can barely get out fucking sentences. He can barely put out his thoughts together. His brain is clearly leaking out of his ears. His body is deteriorating, and he's definitely suffering from some form of dementia. And it makes sense. He is that old. It's inevitable that it's going to happen, that he's eventually just going to have, like, a fucking dementia crash out. It is what it is. He's old. That's just how, that's life. Not really much you can do there. So, again, I have to say this. In what way, what he is doing, common sense? Because the polling would indicate the exact opposite. But anywho, I'm rambling a little bit right now. Why don't we just get into the video? I'm very, very curious to see what the arguments are laid out here specifically.
By the way, am I, do you guys feel the same way? Am I the only person? Because I feel like this is the common sense take to have. Whereas if you're new, you're not going to have that same type of insight. I mean, that's common sense, man. It's such, this is the thing. It's so common sense. Of course, sir.
I know okay. I've talked about this concept before. He's getting his reaffirmations of the stupid takes that he's saying that he got from chat, because again, Asmongold is not capable of forming any take on his own because he's too much of an idiot to form takes from his own. He very often will take shit from chat, they reaffirm the fucking position, and since his fucking takes, or his chat specifically, is filled with a bunch of far-right fucking dipshits, he's going to be just parroting a bunch of far-right fucking dipshit shit. And considering the fact that he's been watching a lot of anti-woke content creators, probable like Nick Fuentes, a bunch of other right-leaning creators, watching a ton of shit from fucking Trump and parroting a lot of those goddamn points, it forms a what's the fucking fallacy? Something bias. Recency bias? I don't think it's recency bias. Basically, like, confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is the term I'm looking for. It forms this confirmation bias that he has because he sees all of his chat agreeing with the take that he more than likely either stole from someone else, got from his chat, because people have said before, it's like, hey, that's like the exact same take that I have as well, Asmongold. I'm glad to see that you're saying all this stuff. Very, very good. So because of the confirmation bias that we're operating under here, it creates this snowball where he goes further and further down the sort of like pipeline of, well, mostly far right ideology and beliefs, where he gets further confirmed for the stuff, because this is how it works. Same thing with the alt-right pipeline. If you had someone like flirting with a bunch of like alt-right talking points and whatnot, a bunch of like far-righters will come in there in order to talk about like, yeah, this point totally makes sense. Yeah, I totally agree with all of this. Yeah, you should be saying this instead. And then the content creator sees that, is getting the affirmation that they want from the audience, but they don't know that it's a bunch of surreptitious little fucking shits that are looking to subvert that channel for their own purposes, their own ends, to get another propagandist on their side to, again, spew out all the propaganda and get another content creator along that sort of pipeline, that sort of far-right sort of pipeline. Again, this is the exact same shit that's happened in 2014, 2015, 2016, around Gamergate era. This is like word for word, like shot for shot or whatever, exactly what happened. Exactly what happened. And you gets the snowball going. You start going further and further down the pipeline. You say more and more unhinged, idiotic fucking shit, and then all of a sudden you just start thinking like, yeah, it's common sense. Everyone in the chat is agreeing with me, despite the fact that the chat's essentially been subverted, or the comments has essentially been subverted by a bunch of far-right, 4chan, incel, Nazi fucking freaks. So it's just like, yeah, of course, because you're operating under confirmation bias. Like, that's how it works. When in reality, like, again, none of this is common sense. Nothing that Trump is doing is common sense. This goes against the common good and is against sound judgment, because everyone has been saying and indicating that, oh, everything that this dumbass is doing is just, well, we don't agree with it. Like, fucking, he's -4 on immigration, for fuck's sake. One of the things that he was supposed to be the best on, quote unquote. And if I can just say this about immigration real quick, the only reason why Trump was seen as being good on immigration is because of the failure of the Democratic Party. Through and through. It's not because of anything the Republican Party has done. The Democrats decided to just leave the issue of immigration to the framing of the fucking Republican Party, and so they decided to take it, run with it, and just use it as a scapegoat for blaming of all the fucking goddamn problems that is currently happening within the United States of America. Again, like, they constantly bring this up all this fucking time. Like, the amount of people that Joe Biden let in on TPS. So Trump will always inaccurately say that it's like, we have to deport about 22 million people. TPS has been a program that's been in existence since the fucking 90s. It's let in about, not let in, a bunch of people have been given the approval, the status of TPS in order to temporarily stay in the country, so then they can get their asylum claims processed. That's how, broadly speaking, the program works. There's an estimated about 22 million illegal migrants, from what is being said here by Pew Research. Something like that, more or less. And about 1.2 million of them, of these non-citizen immigrants that have been let in with temporary protected status while their asylum claims get processed. Keep in mind, this process is generally very slow because of a lot of the defunding the Republican Party has done of immigration courts, differing immigration fucking services on purpose. And why did they do that on purpose? So they have a political issue to run on, because otherwise, what else does the Republican Party run on? What, they have policy to run on? No, the fuck they don't. They've not had policy for the past 10 years to run on. The only thing that they can run on is tax cuts. And nobody wants tax cuts for the fucking rich. Unless they, like, kowtow in some fuck McGee rigmarole language to, I don't know, turn off your fucking eyes, and then you're blind to the fact that you're getting robbed by the robber barons. Like, this is a consistent pattern of behavior with the Republican Party for the past 40 years. Ever since Reagan, it's the exact same shit that they've been pulling. So, again, the Republicans don't have any policy to run on. They don't give a fuck about policy. They've never given a fuck about policy, and it's always been their stated goal to destroy and dismantle the fucking government. But I digress. From 2021 to 2024, there's been about 1.2 million migrants that Joe Biden gave temporary protected status to, TPS specifically. As you can notice within this chart, significant majority of them are Venezuelans. About 240,000 were admitted with the status of in 2021, and in 2023, another 472,000. Now you may be wondering, and it's a good question to ask, why is that the case? Oh. This is why. The 2019 Venezuelan coup attempt by Trump during his first term in office. Yep, it's all fucking Trump's fault. Trump had everything to basically do with this shit. Very, very cool. Because, again, Juan Guaido decided to show up on the shores of Venezuela with a couple of fucking mercenary dudes. They got caught out by some fucking fishermen, detained by the Venezuelan government, and then kicked out of the fucking country because they tried to orchestrate a fucking coup. Shocker. Who would have fucking thought? They got spotted out by some fishermen, for fuck's sake, man. Like, it was probably the most pathetic botched coup attempt on the fucking planet. And as a result of how pathetic and botched that fucking coup attempt was, what did Trump do in response? Oh, he slapped harsh sanctions on the Venezuelan economy, on their main export product, and the main thing that they use to make money, and that being petroleum products, oil products, because there is a lot of oil in fucking Venezuela. So they slapped harsh sanctions on that market, and what happened to the Venezuelan economy? It went into hyperinflation, and it started to fucking collapse. I wonder why about 700,000 Venezuelans were given a temporary fucking protected status. Oh. Because of that hyperinflation, they left the country. Again, whoa, you're telling me that Trump has been foisted upon his own petard, and that these are the consequences of the actions of a stupid, belligerent moron being in office who has hardly any idea about about how to conduct proper foreign policy, because for all of him it's all about, like, I don't know, revanchism and like American hoorah sort of like chauvinism and shit like that. I can't believe that you would be suggesting that. No, what a shocker. But in the mind of Asmongold, this would be, this is common sense, right? This is common sense. This is a very sound judgment in the mind of dumbasses like fucking Asmongold. Who would have thought?
They're going to think that. Obviously, they're going to think that. It's common sense. And so I appreciate, at least standing on common fucking sense. It's on both sides, you don't know? Well, yeah, of course, everybody knows that. It's common sense. This is a huge victory for, a huge victory for common sense. Massive victory for common sense. But to be honest, this is
when it comes to trans people, every single, medical institution around the world has reaffirmed the trans positive position. So it's not common sense.
It's a common sense reality that any reasonable, intelligent person would have come to. On his behalf, they're getting in battles on behalf of common sense. I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. Yeah, I mean, it's common sense when you think about it. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people.
Common sense, guys.
It's common sense, exactly. It's just common sense. They'd be doing the same thing. This is common sense.
What he got banned for, by the way, was for about 2 weeks. Should have probably been a perma. Get rid of that fucking stain upon humanity. Let's be honest here. Like, fuck this motherfucker, Asmongold, honestly.
They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing. You would need to do this. It's common sense. These people are not your allies. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. Sorry.
Common sense, by the way.
It's just common sense.
You want to know the funniest thing about this? If he were to have that fucking fact right now, if he were to say that right now, I don't think that would actually play very well to his audience. Actually, no, I think it would still play well to his audience, because a lot of right-wingers are, and I would assume a lot of right-wingers in his audience who are definitely anti-Semitic, are probably anti-Zionist because of being anti-Semitic. Now, the reason why I don't call Asmongold a Nazi is because he's not gone down the anti-Semitic rabbit hole. Not yet, at least. He seems to be, resistant about that, or he just doesn't talk about it. One of the two. And as a result, I don't really call him a Nazi. He's definitely a fucking fascist, right? Definitely a fucking fascist. because of all the shit that he constantly says and the shit that he constantly agrees with. But the main reasoning for as to why he probably like reaffirmed or doesn't say that position. He says that position is because he is racist. That is obvious. But the main reasoning for as to why he probably doesn't, I do not call. Where was I going with this again? I completely lost my fucking thought here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, but I think the main reason for it, probably why he doesn't really talk about the issue of like Israel-Palestine in particular, is first off, he got banned for it, so anything he says is going to be automatically fucking stupid. And, well, he doesn't want to catch another ban for saying some real fucking dumb shit like he just did right now. And for far-righters, this was my original point. For far-righters, the only reason why they're anti-Zionist is because they're just anti-Semitic, right? There's definitely a bunch of fascists and probably neo-Nazis and possible fucking groypers within Asmongold's audience. That's without a shadow of a fucking doubt, okay? We all know about the clip of Asmongold doing the neo-Nazi talking point in order to defend or justify the burning down of the Institute of Sexology of Magnus Hirschfeld's. Talking about, the reason why it ended up getting burnt down was because of the fact that it was written in Hebrew. Well, he said Jewish because he's an idiot, but whatever. But it was because it was written in Hebrew instead of German. That's not the reason why the Institute of Sexology got burnt down. The Nazis ran consistent propaganda campaigns about Magnus Hirschfeld, and they've always wanted to burn down the fucking institute. Like, as soon as they implemented the Enabling Act of 1933. That was like one of the first things they did was burn down the institute. But whatever, that's besides the fucking point. We all know why Asmongold says shit like this. He's a fascist. He believes fundamentally in might makes right. Israel, like he even said himself, has more bombs, more weapons, and they are the stronger power. So therefore, it is okay for them to kill the fucking Palestinians because of like cultural reasons. Which is incredibly fucking stupid because it's just like, Asmongold, if you knew anything about 3 seconds of the history, you would probably understand for as to why the Palestinians are violently fucking resisting against illegal occupation, which the UN has said itself is also illegal. So, I wonder why they have a quote-unquote inferior culture. Oh, it's because they kept getting bombed and harassed and attacked by the Israelis, by the fucking Zionists. Shocker, I know.
Hey guys, Asmongold's biggest fan Max here, and I've been loving 2 words in politics lately. Common sense. It's always been this sort of nebulous term which conservatives have loved alluding to, but right now in 2025, with God Emperor Trump back in the White House, its usage has exploded. It all started at his inaugural speech on the 20th of January this year, where he declared,
"With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense." It's all about common sense.
Revolution.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that does sound kinda exciting. So what was step 1 gonna be in this common sense revolution? Well, 10 days later, when 67 people were killed in a mid-air collision between a passenger plane and military helicopter, Trump was ready to put his plan into action. At a press conference addressing...
Oh, yeah, that was when Doge was starting to immediately cut the fucking FAA and go after a bunch of, like, systems within the federal government. And the funniest part about all of this is people within Doge talked about, because when they looked at a bunch of bullshit illegally as well, they looked at a bunch of stuff and they were just like, wow, I'm really surprised about how efficient the federal government actually is. Like, they found out something about Social Security paying $14 way too much to someone by accident. You know, something fell through the cracks and they paid $14 too much. It is what it is. Normally, wouldn't be that big of a deal, but Social Security, they got that fucking money back and they fixed that discrepancy. Otherwise, they have been consistent in terms of paying out the necessary amounts for people to have from their Social Security checks. It turns out the federal government has been set up very well and is very, very efficient already, and having a bunch of bumblefuck morons go in there and just like, I don't know, implement a bunch of AI algorithms and tinker around the edges over something that's already works and is solid and is already very, very efficient doesn't really make any sense and might actually be a lot more inefficient. Same with like all the firings of federal workers that he did, that he ended up rehiring. That's a fucking inefficiency. Like, you have to fire the guy, which means you took him out the database. Well, now you have to put him back in the database because you fired him, because you probably also got rid of all the clearances that they need. Now you got to redo all the clearances. That's a lot of time and money that you're paying for no reason. And the person that's waiting for that approval, I mean, they're still getting federal back pay because it was a bunch of furloughed workers that were going to get their pay anyways, that were about to be hired by the federal government anyways. So it's just like you just fired them for no reason. You ended up rehiring all of them anyways. It's nonsensical. It's stupid. This is not fucking common sense. This is against common sense, because, and even all fucking logic and reason, because again, we have a brain-addled, like, brain-leaking fucking dementia patient that's currently in the White House right now, who just is doing random bullshit because he barely knows about how any of the systems that he has under his control works.
In the incident, with absolutely zero evidence to support him, Trump decided to blame the crash on DEI policies, as apparently there were pilots being hired who had
severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing.
Amazing!
That's right. Even though the investigation had barely begun, Trump's galaxy brain and infinite wisdom had already determined
it was DEI, folks.
Now, when a reporter asked him how he possibly could have come to that conclusion, not even 24 hours after the crash, Trump simply responded,
because I have common sense. Okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't.
Wow. And they said the revolution wasn't going to be televised. Okay.
Dude, I'm telling you, like, the only reason I bet you why Trump said that it's because he has common sense and brought up DEI to begin with is because some spinster within his cabinet said that. Guaranteed. There's not an original thought in that fucking man's brain anymore. Like I said before, brain cooked. Totally fucking cooked. Even during the campaign trail, we saw how cooked his fucking brain is. Do you really think that he was blaming fucking DEI, that he came to that conclusion on his own? No. I don't believe that for even 3 fucking seconds.
That press conference was 6 months ago, and a lot more details about the crash have been released since then. We now know the helicopter had a malfunctioning altimeter, there was a communication breakdown between the pilots, and air control staff failed to deliver vital emergency instructions. These were all contributing factors, and although we still have to wait until early next year to get the full report, do you want to know which claim still has zero credible evidence to support it?
DEI.
Yeah, that whole DEI thing Trump said. As it turns out, using your common sense to decipher deeply complex situations like, oh, I don't know, mid-air collisions between aircraft isn't a particularly effective way of arriving at the truth. Yet for some strange reason, common sense has become this absolute rallying cry for the MAGA movement, and in my estimation, it's having a pretty corrosive
I just heard about the music choice that Max has made here. I hear Pokemon Mystery Dungeon music. You're a real one for that one.
effect on political discourse. Like, if you want to see the impact of it in real time, look no further than the most popular political streamer in the world right now, and our good friend who happened to feature in the intro to this video, Asmongold. It honestly baffles me that one of the most influential voices in online politics right now is a gamer who spends 6 hours a day vomiting out common sense drivel based on cherry-picked Twitter clips and submissions to his own fucking subreddit. We are so unbelievably...
Yeah, it is. Again, this is the exact same thing that I mentioned before that's consistent with a lot of like the alt-right 2014 era style like commentators and political commentators when they started flirting with a lot of further right ideologies and whatnot. A bunch of people on like 4chan, because this is how it used to work. Now it's obviously, I think it's a lot more easier for it to get to happen because clips can go more easily viral with social media, mass media, and stuff like this. Back in those days, it was a little harder, but it could still fucking happen. Emergence of social media and whatnot. It was not as prevalent as it is nowadays. But basically, a bunch of dipshits would see the clips, say like, hey, he's kind of saying stuff that we like. And it's kind of like, you know, he's saying like some centricity stuff. We can potentially push him in a direction to go further down the pipeline. That's pretty much what exactly happens. A lot of these dumbasses start to congregate within your fucking audience. And if you are not laser focused on getting rid of them, like ban all of them, you start to go further down the pipeline. You start to go more and more, so because they present certain talking points as if it's, yeah, like this is like a really, really simple idea about this, I don't know, like gay people. Why you should not like gay people? Because they're, I don't know, it says within the Bible they're a sinner, for a random fucking example. It doesn't matter. Like something that gives a really, really simple, easy entry point into the fucking pipeline. And I mean, you could talk about it in like terms of immigration. Like that was probably the most common one. The Great Replacement Theory and all this different stuff. Like black crime statistics. That's also a very, very easy entry point into the alt-right. Talking about like black crime statistics. Oh man, isn't it like really weird that 13% of the population deals 50% of the crime? It's stupid. It's more like it is a relatively simple statistic that exists, but what the far righters do not do is consistently talking about the history and the sociological reasons for as to why 1350 exists. We could go on and talk about like all of the different like ways and entry points that these people have. So they will start doing that, start putting in the fucking propaganda and suggesting content creators that they should watch. Again, anti-woke content creators and grifters do this consistently. They are very often the entry point for a lot of like alt-right, further right fucking politics. The pipeline, to be more specific, right? If we want to take an old 2014 adage. The reasoning for as to why these tend to be a very, very easy entryways because they present a particular issue in a very, very easy way. Like anti-woke stuff, very, very easy to present that in a very easy way. What they're saying is a lie 9 times out of 10. It's complete fucking bullshit, or it's a derivation of the truth. Like it's easy to debunk, but it's so easy to put out there, and you can put out so much of it that it becomes very, very fucking difficult to try to take care. It's the flooding the zone strategy, as Steve Bannon puts it, right? Like, say so much fucking bullshit. The same thing the Russians do. Say so much bullshit, stuff will eventually start sticking to the walls. But you just got to be saying bullshit. Just say bullshit. Just say it. Say it. Keep saying it. Don't stop saying it. Keep saying a bunch of shit. And eventually, something will stick in the minds of these people. For Asmongold, it was anti-woke content creators. That's how he started along the pipeline because he's a gamer. And he went down that fucking pipeline, and as a result, he became enamored by Trump and went further and further down as a result. However, it started because this is also a thing that's been like noted like several years ago, how Asmongold was starting to shout out like people like Yellow Flash Guy or like Smash JT. A lot of these anti-woke fucking content creators. And for the lefties, that's a uh-oh. Your fucking radar should immediately be pinging, being like, oh, what's going on here? Because it's obvious with like all these anti-woke dipshits what their purpose is, the entry point of further right-leaning politics. And as a result of all these people within their audiences going in there, making the chat further and further right-wing, and a congregation of more and more of these people, and the repetition of all these fucking talking points, which the streamer, Asmongold in this particular instance, starts to also parrot because he doesn't have an original thought in his fucking brain. Like I mentioned earlier, it starts the snowball of confirmation bias. And as a result, he becomes now a right-leaning content creator because he just says and agrees with all of the right-leaning fucking bullshit. Like I said before, I'm very curious for as to how Asmongold is going to crawl his way out of this hole if he when it inevitably has a cultural backlash and it immediately goes back to the fucking left. He's not going to be able to do the same centrist shtick that he used to do back at around like 2019, 2020 and shit like that, because he used to be more of a fucking centrist. That's not going to work anymore considering all of the incredibly idiotic far-right shit that he said, because it's just like, dude, you literally said this. Don't fucking pretend to be a centrist now. You're a fucking grifter. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, fuck out of here with this bullshit. You just present all the incredibly stupid far-right shit that he says, and it's going to make his fucking audience fall apart. Like, he's going to be seen as a fucking grifter. So it's just like, okay, bro, nice fucking meme. Because once you go down the pipeline, you can get out. But oh boy, it's real hard to get out unless you're being genuine and sincere. And I do not see Asmongold being genuine or sincere at all.
Fucked if that is the scope of our political engagement, but we won't start the Asmongold hate posting just yet. So, fellow truth seekers, come join me on a journey to understand the extremely ideological, dogmatic, and ultimately flawed way of thinking which is holding conservative brains captive. So okay, before we can dive into any of the fun stuff, I think it's first important that we understand what is actually meant by the term common sense. As I alluded to in the intro, it's a pretty nebulous phrase which means different things to different people, and that can make pinpointing an exact definition a little challenging. But with that being said...
So yeah, I just went with like the definition that I found on like Oxford or whatever, but basically it is the ability for someone to make sound judgments and sort of like clear decisions and do things that are for the general sort of common good. What common good means is we can talk about like what most people generally would approve of, right? That's like the definition of common sense that I was operating off of. And that's why, you know, when I brought up all the fucking polling here, I ask, does this look like common sense to you? No one fucking agrees with any of this shit, so it's just like, well, that's a little fucking weird. But, you know, all these dumbasses will just say, like, well, what do you mean? Yeah, no, this is exactly perfect. This is good. Yeah, everything we're doing, the president is doing is actually really, really good, when the exact opposite is the case.
I think Duncan Watts, a social scientist who's written extensively on this topic, offers us a pretty good starting point. Roughly speaking, common sense is the loosely organized set of facts, observations, experiences, insights, and pieces of received wisdom that each of us accumulates over a lifetime in the course of encountering, dealing with, and learning from everyday situations. Now, there's a lot to unpack there, but I think the most important place to start is the fact that common sense is very intuitive and practical by nature. For example, we'd say it's common sense to let everyone out of an elevator before you get in one, it's common sense to look both ways before you cross the road, and it's common sense to say please and thank you when somebody does something for you. These are all things the average person picks up in their day-to-day life as they observe other people in society complying with these norms. And once you get that type of practical wisdom, it just becomes a subconscious response in the future. You know, once you burn your hand on a hot stove, you hopefully don't have to think too hard about doing it again. And look, in your day-to-day life, I'm not going to sit here and argue that that isn't a valuable thing to have. There's good reason as to why we associate so many positive connotations with this type of common sense, as the people who have it tend to be sensible, they make good decisions, and they lead stable lives. You know, I don't think we'd have a functioning society if everybody acted like that one friend who doesn't see a problem with going on 2 a.m. alcohol-fueled side quests with the handful of strangers they just met at a bar. So when we're dealing with our interpersonal lives, common sense is unquestionably a very valuable thing to have, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to find literally anybody who disagrees with that. So okay, if it can be such a good thing, then why am I clowning on our good friend Asmongold and his common sense Israel-Palestine takes? Well, if we look back to that initial definition for a moment, you'll notice two key words at the end there. Everyday situations. Yes, when we're waiting in line at the shops, taking the bus to work, or eating at a restaurant.
Yeah, I really like where this is going. Yeah, I don't think, like, the genocide that's currently happening right now in fucking Gaza, I don't think I don't think that happens every day, Asmongold. So I don't think it's correct to say that it is common sense that for that position for people to agree what Israel is doing there. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
We should rely on our common sense to govern our behavior. However, the second we start to scale up those intuitions from one-on-one interactions to, I don't know, government policy aimed at resolving complex issues on a societal level, well, we're going to run into some pretty significant...
Yeah, it becomes a little bit more difficult.
To get an idea of what I'm talking about here, I want to show you this fantastic clip I found between common sense warrior, man of the people Piers Morgan, and evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins. They were having a discussion about the creation of the universe, and in trying to wrap his head around the Big Bang, Piers asked this.
Well, someone as logical as you are, I believe you are, you know, you think about this all very logically. A logical mind surely has to appreciate that before the Big Bang, there has to have been something before then. Otherwise, what is nothing?
And hey, that seems like a fair enough question. As someone who also doesn't know jack shit about astrophysics or the creation of the universe, the idea of something coming from nothing feels rather unintuitive. So, let's see what Richard Dawkins has to say in response.
I'm trying to tell you what a physicist would say first of all. They would say that you cannot use the word before for the Big Bang. Time began at the Big Bang. There was no before the Big Bang. I know it's contrary to common sense. Physicists don't necessarily deal with common sense.
Oh my god, did you hear that? Richard Dawkins...
Whoa, crazy. It turns out sometimes when you have complex situations and theoretical positions, dealing in common sense doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh my god, incredible. Sometimes, yeah, like, common sense just doesn't apply. If we're talking about, like, shit like string theory or whatever, some random fucking theory, and, like, it's a bunch of physicists at a bar, let's say, talking about random fucking bullshit, they're gonna say a bunch of stuff that you look at and you're like, what the fuck are you saying? This makes no common sense. But it's just like, dog, they're like operating on a different plane of reality with what they're talking about. It's not supposed to be common sense. You're not supposed to understand it. They're just talking about their particular topic, their fucking autistic fixation. That's just how it is, man. It's like, if I talk about, like, different calcs from, like, fucking Pokemon, and if I just, like, autistically ramble off a bunch of, like, head calcs in my brain, talk about, like, oh yeah, so Gliscor Earthquake deals about 40% to Garganackle. I'm just saying random numbers. When it comes in before it Terras, because, you know, super effective hit, the Gliscor doesn't have a lot of fucking attack investment. I say that to a random person, they're gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense. It's like, well, yeah, because I'm just autistically rambling off, like, random calculations that I know in my brain about, like, fucking Pokemon, because I played that game for thousands upon thousands of hours. And I'm not expecting the average person to know about that stuff, because they don't play Pokemon for thousands upon thousands of hours, because they're not autistic like me.
Dawkins is suggesting that maybe our intuitions are a little misguided when it comes to something as deeply complex as the creation of the universe itself. Who could have possibly guessed that? Also, as a bit of context, Dawkins does sound a little passive-aggressive here, but that's only because Pierce had been interrupting him moments before.
But whatever it was,
But it has to, doesn't it?
You cannot suddenly invoke...
Doesn't it have to?
Anyway, now that Dawkins has highlighted the inaccessibility of this topic for mere layman, let's see what illuminating response Pierce conjures up next.
Well, it makes no sense, does it? And that's what I mean. I think you're a logical man. That cannot make sense to you. The idea that you're not even allowed to use the word before the Big Bang, when every part of both of our brains tells us that that's obviously nonsensical.
It makes no sense, does it?
Have I ever mentioned how much I hate fucking Piers Morgan? It's like, bro already, like, said about, like, why are you thinking about this in the line of common sense based off of your intuition? We're talking about something that can't be assessed, the Big Bang. We don't have the tools to be able to assess the Big Bang. There's theories out there that says that the Big Bang is still going, that the universe is still technically expanding. Is that true? There's articles and there's theories about it. That's just how it is. Like, we don't have the machinery or the instrumentation to be able to fucking prove that. We don't have the ability to travel back in time. We don't have time machines to go back and see what happened before the Big Bang. So we don't know. We can just guess. We can come up with theories. It's like the same shit with mythology, for example, right? Like, I don't know. The ancient Greeks, for example, would look up, see rain coming out of the sky, and be like, why is there rain coming out of the sky? They don't have the scientific basis or the instruments or the tools to understand that it's because of a lot of water vapor being evaporated, going up into the sky, accumulating into clouds, and then eventually gathering enough weight to start falling back down as a solid, that being rain, right? Random fucking example. No, they're just going to say that well, there's got to be someone in like a mountain or something that's saying for it to rain. That has to be the case. Otherwise, how the fuck, like, how does thing happen? I don't know. Like, there has to be some dude from on high, a god from on high, saying, I want it to rain right now. And we have to do sacrifices to appease the god to make sure that we have rains for our harvest, so we have food for the fucking people. They don't know about the scientific method because that shit didn't fucking exist yet. It's like, that's just how it is. People just, like, you can't apply common sense and intuition to, like, literally everything. That's just how it is. Like, the fact that, I don't know, people in, like during the Hellenistic period had a better understanding in this in comparison to us right now is genuinely fucking insane to me.
Wow, thank you, common sense champion Piers Morgan, for making his exact fucking point. Unsurprisingly, the realm of theoretical astrophysics doesn't lend itself to neat little common sense explanations, especially on debate shows where the host is actively seeking confrontation to maximize entertainment value. I think the most telling part about this conversation is the fact that Dawkins preempts it entirely with his initial response.
This is a question for a physicist, not a biologist.
He knows to stay in his own lane from the get-go, and you can see how visibly frustrated he gets as Piers continues to try and poke and prod for an easy explanation, which simply...
Oh yeah. Fucking Richard Dawkins is a biologist. Wait, why the fuck is Piers Morgan... It's because he wants clicks, that's why.
Doesn't exist. Now, obviously, this is more of a scientific example rather than a political one, but I think the general premise still rings true. To put it simply, our intuitions are not to be trusted in the task of deciphering complexity. Now, you may argue that something like theoretical astrophysics is much more abstract than politics and has a higher bar to entry, but this could not be further from the truth. When we enter the realm of the social sciences with disciplines like economics, sociology, and politics, we are studying the way in which millions and millions of people interact with one another inside of these massive systems. That introduces a world of complexity which our little peanut brains and its primal intuitions can't even begin to comprehend without a lot of care and nuance. For example, let's take a topic like managing the consequences of climate change. At the heart of this issue is a balancing act between the need to protect and preserve our natural environment with the need to grow the economy. There's a clear tension between those two things, which are both very important when it comes to ensuring the prosperity of a nation, and some type of balance needs to be struck between them. So what does that look like in terms of policy? Do you try a carbon tax to make polluting more costly? What effect does that have on inflation for everyday consumers? Might that reduce consumption and therefore stall economic development? Should you give tax credits to businesses which use renewable sources of energy? What about investing more into the research and development of future technologies?
This is why I say that the economy is fucking fake. It's all a bunch of fucking bullshit. God, the fact that you have to consider this, despite the fact that it is the common sense policy to do something about fucking climate change, but unfortunately, due to these abstract social systems that we have implemented in order to have, well, values of exchange between one another, in order to have the basis of like a market and of economy, in order to be able to exchange goods and services with one another. Well, now this is an aspect that you have to start fucking thinking about now. Oh, whoa, shocker. God, I hate economics, man.
Additionally, you also have to consider the international element there is to climate change as well. It's a global problem which requires every nation to pull their weight, but this introduces a free rider problem to the mix. One country may set ambitious targets to reduce the CO2 they emit, whilst another may double down on their emissions to grow their economy more rapidly. That's the exact reason Trump withdrew from the Paris Climate Agreement in 2017, as, rightly or wrongly, probably wrongly, he felt as though other nations were taking advantage.
It was wrongly, right? Like, he felt like... So, basically, one of the reasons why he decided to leave the Paris Climate Accords was because of China investing in a bunch of coal power plants. The reason why China was investing in a bunch of coal power plants was as a transitionary step, right? So, China was doing a lot of emissions, but still, like, they were transitioning parts of their power grid as well, because, again, the Great Leap Forward and all of the economic investment that China has done, it's a relatively recent advent, and they are starting to reap the fruits of that fucking labor. Right about in your early 2010s with the ascended Chinese economy. And as a result, they used a lot of coal-fired power plants in order to provide for the power grid of the country, because coal is readily available, and they did not have the necessary sort of like manufactories and material needed in order to produce, like, say, more solar panels, more I don't know, like differing forms of renewable energy, or like nuclear energy, or whatever, what have you. Like, they just didn't have it yet. So they decided, okay, well, we have a fuck ton of coal. We can just build a fuck ton of coal power plants, and that'll be a transitionary step for us to get better forms of energy production. And now, as a result of that transitionary sort of period, and they're starting to wean off of those coal-fired power plants, they are now the de facto, like, best manufacturer of solar, and they produce the cheapest panels, they produce the best panels, and they also produce the best electric vehicles, and also the best wind turbines. Oh, the successful transition happened. Who would have thought? But Trump's a fucking idiot, and he doesn't he doesn't understand any of this. He's a fucking billionaire. Billionaires do not think in terms of steps in the future. They think in what can I do in order to benefit right now, right? It's all about the immediate present with them. Like, these people never fucking move forward or have forward fucking thinking. They don't give a fuck about having forward thinking. It's all about what can I do in the here and now to, I don't know, exploit and reap the benefits the most out of either dumbass policy that I implement, or I don't know, like whatever like tax cheats I can do in order to make even more money for my, I don't know, corporation or for myself. You know, shit like that. That's how dumbasses like Trump think.
In the United States and their efforts to reduce emissions. I mean, fuck, just look at this 2012 banger from the Don on Twitter. The concept of global warming was created by and for the Chinese in order to make US manufacturing non-competitive. And look, that's
So
barely
true.
even scratching the surface when it comes to climate change and its implications. And can you see how much you have to know just to start to even understand the complexity at play here? There are so many different disciplines
There's a lot
intersecting
of
when it comes to these
different
issues,
stuff.
with their own respective experts and academics who've spent their entire lives educating themselves. And personally, I don't think your baseline level...
I don't know, just like to throw out some of my fucking examples right there. Like, wars over water, that's going to start to become a thing because of all the water drying up because the planet's too fucking warm. Who would have thought? The Middle East is basically going to become unlivable in like 50 years or something like that, because it's just going to be way too hot and no one's going to be able to live there. So migration crisis is going to happen. Droughts are becoming more and more fucking frequent. Guess what? You need water to grow food. You need food to feed people. Now there's going to be a potential hunger crisis and a food crisis. People not being able to produce enough food to feed their fucking populations. Just some 3 random examples, completely just based around climate change, that I just came up with instantaneously. And they are all very complex, difficult problems that need to be dealt with. You can't just put like common sense forehead solutions to stuff like that. It's complicated. It's difficult. There's a lot of differing like agricultural policies that you have to do, immigration-based policies in the short and the long term in order to create sustainable solutions. Like it's difficult is basically what I'm saying here, and what also Max is saying here as well.
Level intuitions hold a candle to that level of complexity. You know, when one nation, a far-right party here in Australia, has a page on their website labeled Net Zero Common Sense, it kind of has me scratching my head because I don't really understand which part of anything we just talked about could be properly understood through the lens of common sense. That type of language is massively reductive and dismisses any level of nuance that political issues like climate change absolutely demand.
True.
Alright, I hope everyone enjoyed that entree of climate change, because it's now time to get to the mouth-watering main course of immigration. This is one of the most polarizing issues in global politics today, and it's a place where we see a lot of painful fucking discourse. To get an idea of what I'm talking about, let's run through some of the common sense talking points you'll hear from a conservative. Illegal immigrants are stealing jobs from native-born workers, they reduce the wages of working class people as they're willing to work for less money, and they drive up house prices because they need somewhere to stay. I think that's a
Yeah, so let's just we'll just shit on all these real quick. Illegal immigrants are stealing jobs from native-born workers. Yes, because native-born workers are typically working in a lot of those construction jobs and a lot of those agricultural work that a lot of those illegal migrants are typically put into work in. There was a segment, I believe, done by CBS of a farmer who hired a bunch of Americans and was talking about how they would produce less than the illegal migrants that he hired. They would leave off of the job. They were more lazy and were not as sort of good, I suppose, for lack of a better term, at working those like agricultural jobs in comparison to a lot of the illegal migrants. Shocker, who would have thought? Reduce the wages of working class people. No, the reason why wages are fucking being reduced, because there's been statistical analyses on a lot of this fucking shit. There is no evidence to suggest that a bunch of illegal migrants coming in to work construction work and agricultural work reduces the wages of working class people or people coming in H-1B visas. The reason why that might be the fucking case where wages are being reduced is because of a funny little thing. Oh, it's my favorite fucking graph. Oh. It's because of fucking policies that have been implemented since the era of Ronald fucking Reagan and Jimmy fucking Carter. This is why. Because wages have fucking stagnated for the past 50 years. That's not a problem with illegal migrants or immigration at all whatsoever. It's because of a bunch of corporations and rich people lobbying Congress to say, don't raise the minimum wage. Whoa, shocker, I know. Well, it turns out the rich don't want to pay their workers more money. I'm shocked. Who would have thought? Drive up housing prices. What fucking immigrant, illegal migrant, is going to come into a country, work in agriculture, a farmhand job, or construction work, and be able to buy a fucking a mortgage from a fucking bank and get that approved? They're an illegal migrant. You have to be a citizen in order to get a fucking mortgage. Like, okay, bro, nice meme. Nonsensical. It's all fucking nonsense.
I think that's a fair representation, and I loosely base it off something Trump said at his State of the Union address all the way back in 2019.
Meanwhile, working-class Americans are left to pay the price for mass illegal immigration. Reduced jobs, lower wages, overburdened schools, hospitals that are so crowded you can't get in, increased crime, and a depleted social safety net.
And this also happens to be something our good friend Asmongold has talked about on his stream too.
And you're also taking...
Dude, depleted fucking social safety net? Do these motherfuckers not know that illegal migrants pay taxes? They pay taxes. And they don't get any of the benefits from those fucking taxes, from the social safety net. You know, like, the basis of the United States of America was founded upon the principle of no taxation without representation. America, you have some explaining to do. What's this all about? Nice fucking meme, dude.
Taking those jobs away from citizens that are here. And also, yeah, good point. Where do they live? Well, they live in houses. Well, okay, well, we have people that don't have houses that are in the country now. Well, what the fuck? Like, I mean, it's just, this is not even a question.
And look, I think it's safe to say that the vast majority of conservatives agree with some form of this logic that we've seen from both Trump and Asmongold. There is a limited pool of resources, whether it be jobs, government welfare, or housing, and illegal immigrants / mass migration puts a strain on those resources, which negatively affects everybody in the country. On its surface, it feels like it...
I mean, that would make sense if it was a smaller, like, not as wealthy country. This is the United States of America. Their economy is massive. You have the ability to be able to provide for these people. The problem is the political will to do it is not there. It's not there. So it's nonsense. It's stupid. Yeah, wealthiest state to ever exist. These illegal migrants coming in. We can't fucking provide for them. We don't have any space for these guys. Get them the fuck out of here. No, it's policy. It's just the priorities of the state that currently exist right now are completely and utterly backwards. That's the problem.
it could be a plausible common sense take, but unfortunately, these claims are either one, outright incorrect, or two, so misleading to a point which is downright deceitful. So, to get a better idea of the complexity which underpins an issue like immigration, let's take a deeper look point by point. We'll start with the jobs argument first. Conservatives are 50% correct when they say immigrants are taking jobs from native-born workers, but they're ignoring the other half of that equation. Now, hopefully this isn't too much of a shock, but it actually turns out that migrants have to sustain their own existence in the exact same way that a native-born citizen does. That means buying food for their families, paying rent to live somewhere, and purchasing a whole host of goods and services which brings an additional level of consumption to the economy which wouldn't otherwise exist. As a result, businesses have to start producing more stuff, which uses extra economic activity, and would you look at that, we're creating new job opportunities.
Oh, creating new jobs! It turns out bringing in migration creates new jobs because more people need to consume stuff in order to survive. No. So it makes more jobs. And again, like I said before, a lot of these fucking migrants are taking jobs in sectors that native-born Americans don't even fucking work in. So it's just like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? It's just not, it's nonsensical. Like, on every fucking aspect, it's just wrong. Conservatives are just wrong on this one.
For a while, and this misconception even has a name, the lump of labor fallacy. It's wrong to think of an economy as a fixed pie in which there's a finite amount of work to be done, and you're fighting with other people to get your share. No, they're much more fluid than that, and the amount of work to be done scales with the level of economic
Dude, it's unironically like the meme of the businessman with all the fucking cookies behind him pointing to like the plate in the middle where there's the white guy and the fucking either a black guy or Mexican, can be one of the two, and the rich dude that's currently in the middle is saying like to the white dude like, hey, he's trying to take your other cookie, you should stop that, despite the fact that the rich guy in the background has all those fucking goddamn cookies behind him. It's literally that. Literally.
Activity and production. For example, when women began entering the workforce in the 1960s, there was a big fear that they'd be taking jobs away from men. I mean, think about it. If you're about to have millions of people flood the labor force, surely that has to come at the expense of male employment, right? Well, no, actually. More people working meant more people earning money and consuming, which meant the economy began growing, which meant more jobs were being created. Just take a look at the rates of employment for men and women aged between 25 and 54 over the last 60 years. Now, sure, there has been a slight decrease in male employment over time from 92% to 86%, but as economist Paul Krugman notes, this is due to a decline in manufacturing and other industries which have been lost thanks to globalization. And this is the same thing we view when it comes to immigration, and it's proven by study after study after study. I mean, hell,
it was only 6% reduction in term that I thought it was much higher than that. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was at least like 10%. Only 6%? That's not as crazy as I thought it was.
If you look at the US specifically, immigrants are 80% more likely to start a business compared to their native counterparts, leading to higher levels of overall employment than there otherwise would be, which is supported by some of the latest research too. Now, if you want to go into the gritty details, you could argue that immigration does displace workers in the immediate short term, but that's not the type of nuance people are going to work with when they're chanting, immigrants are stealing our jobs. So yeah, this is the first common sense take, which doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Now, wages are...
Because, I mean, like, that's a really good point, because a lot of people in their fucking lizard brains, generally speaking, do not think about the further, especially right-wingers, like, because their critical thinking faculties are not as well developed. That's just a fact. Like, simply put, right-wingers are not able to think further in the future. They always think in the now, and because of their lack of critical thinking ability. But that's a whole other story. None of these people really think multiple steps ahead, because unfortunately, to be a person who thinks multiple steps ahead, that necessitates a bit of critical thinking to be able to think further ahead. Like, you gotta be a little fucking smarter to be able to think, like, well, what's like the sort of like consequence of this action? Like, oh, like what? How could this potentially affect my future if I do this action right now? Conservatives never do that. They never do that.
Are a slightly more complicated story. If we're using the basic economic theory of supply and demand, then we expect to see wages to fall when there's an influx of new labor in the economy thanks to migration, but this isn't really reflected in the empirical evidence. If we take a look at this meta-analysis from 2024, which pulls together 42 different studies, they conclude that immigration's effect on wages is close to zero and often not statistically significant. This older meta-analysis from 2010...
That's the same thing I said. Crazy.
Found something similar, with the wage and employment effects of an immigration shock being very small. Or here, a study from the Reserve Bank of Australia in 2019 found that we typically do not see large effects of immigration on wages, and the effects these studies do find are often positive. And again, one final meta-analysis from 2014 concluded that most estimates are small and, on average, essentially zero. Now, this is...
Because again, just like Max mentioned themselves earlier, literally the reason for as to why this is the case is because a bunch of people come in, start consuming in the economy, which creates more jobs, and they're starting to be paying their own wages. Naomi Butler, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, bud. Thank you very much. What was I saying? All right. As Max specifically was saying here earlier, it turns out that people also need to buy things in order to survive. this is, oh, stimulating for the economy. No. And if you begin to stimulate the economy, it creates jobs because people need to make more stuff for those people that are working within the economy. Oh, what a shocker. Whoa. I can't believe what a novel fucking concept. It's almost as if this is how the economy works. It's almost as if how this was intended to work. Unfortunately for conservatives, a little too difficult. That might be a little bit too much advanced thinking for them. Yes, also, we are doing a segment specifically on the idea of Trump and Asmongold talking about common sense, how what they say is incredibly common sense, and it's very, very simple and intuitive for people to basically engage with. If you have any idea about the issues that generally get tackled in terms of fucking politics, you can understand why that is just completely fucking nonsensical. Like, there's just like what the fuck are you talking about? Like, just based off of like something as simple, quote unquote, as fucking climate change. There are so many differing aspects of like immigration, agricultural policy, healthcare policy that gets affected by fucking climate change that has to be thought about. But unfortunately for conservatives, they don't operate that way because they're kind of stupid. But anyway.
Obviously a little reductive to the nuances here, as immigration and its effect on the economy is extremely context dependent. For example, that RBA study I mentioned earlier found that immigration was actually helping to reduce inequality here in Australia. Because our immigration policy favours high-skilled labour, that increases the level of competition around high-skilled job openings, which was found to slightly reduce those wages, whilst disproportionately increasing the wages of low-skilled workers. Therefore, in an Australian context, we actually found that immigration had a positive effect on the wages of working-class people. Now, to be clear, that seemed to be more of an isolated example from what I was able to read, so let's hone in on the general consensus here. At worst, immigration has a slightly deflationary effect on the wages of working-class people, but this is massively outweighed by the benefits it provides to the economy more general. And hey, as someone who actually cares about the material conditions of the working class, that's an important caveat. In fact, I'd say that's a great political discussion to be had, as we should redistribute the economic gains of immigration such that everyone is better off in society. But do you really think that's the level of nuance you're going to get from a political commentator like Asmongold?
You think you're going to get that from any conservative in general? Like, for them, it's as simple as brown bad because they take my gerb away, get rid of the brown, and I get the gerb back. It should be obviously nonsensical with that being the case, because again, you just lost a quote-unquote economic unit of fucking productivity. Like, that's just not how that works. And because I want people to think about this for like literally 2 seconds. The proposals that are being put out by the Trump administration, he wants to deport about 22 million people. Again, like I brought up with fucking TPS. This is the same number of people who have been given fucking TPS status. About 22 million people. He wants to deport that many people, or he's alluded to wanting to deport that many people. Do you have any idea about the necessary structures, about how much of an effect that would also be on the fucking economy of the United States of America? It would be, at the very least, recessionary, if not a depression. It would be a potential collapse of the fucking U.S. economy if you just somehow got the immigrant kicker outer 5,000, took all those 22 million fucking immigrants and just kicked them out of the fucking country. It would be a disaster. Like, the U.S. economy is already performing like absolute fucking dog shit because of, you know, the tariffs, Trump's general belligerence with those specifically, and his immigration enforcement policies. They are having an effect. A lot of migrant-owned businesses are being forced to close in a lot of local areas. Boy Meets Mini, you can fucking attest to that. How many fucking like Hispanic owned car washes have fucking closed around you? You've told me this story before of all of them being fucking closed. Like, tons of locally owned businesses within those areas are being forced to close because La Migra is running around potentially with their little fucking sticks to just like grab people and be like, gotcha, because you're brown and you're speaking Spanish, so therefore you have to be an illegal. That's how it works, because the Supreme Court has given the ability for ICE to make that determination. Fucking psycho, I'm aware of this, but This is the current dynamic that we are at play with here. Like, to just keep going along with this, I don't know, sort of like example here. To think how many fucking local businesses have to, like, suffer and be closed as a result of people being afraid to participate within the economy or even be able to get their fucking status as a naturalized citizen. There is tons of fucking instances of this being the case. And it turns out not very good for the fucking economy. It turns out people just getting randomly kicked out for no reason. It's not great. It's pretty bad, actually. But does Asmongold understand any of that? Common sense man over there? No.
My common sense says no. So yes, whilst immigration can cause a negligible decrease in the wages of working class people, though not always and can sometimes actually increase them, this downside is massively overblown by critics and fails to consider the enormous benefit which immigrants provide to the economy more generally. Now, thirdly and finally, I want to touch on the claim Asmongold made about housing, as no, immigrants are definitely not the issue here. This is probably the misconception which annoys me the most as an Australian, because we are experiencing the literal worst housing crisis in the world right now, and people love to use immigration as an easy scapegoat.
Wait. What's Canada at? What's Canada at? Auckland, Hong Kong. Oh, Toronto's at 11th. Yeah, Toronto's at 11th. Vancouver at 3rd. Yeah, 3rd. Oh, Auckland's New Zealand. Jesus Christ, why the fuck did I say that? No, Sydney. Idiot, stupid. Hong Kong is that bad? I knew Hong Kong had a big housing problem because of a lot of tomfoolery from China specifically, but we've gone over a video of that before. I didn't think, like, damn, I knew Vancouver was really bad. I don't think it'd be that high. Oh yeah, I bet it's a real fucking terrifying bubble there in Hong Kong that's gonna be ready to fucking burst. I mean, I've talked about the bubble that existed within Toronto, because there was like a thing happening a couple years ago where there was a bunch of people from Toronto moving into my fucking neighborhood, specifically back over in fucking Kitchener. I'm just like, dog, like, if this is happening more and more, there's definitely there's some crazy shit going on. There's a fucking bubble or something. Because why the hell are all these, like, people in Toronto moving to fucking Kitchener? Like, that's really, really weird. How is NIC not on here? Q3 2023. Maybe it's just not within the top 12, Boy Mix Mini. Maybe these places are just much worse. I'm not sure.
In the world right now, and people love to use immigration as an easy scapegoat. I actually made a video on this topic earlier in the year, but
oh, that's, by the way, that's also the same thing that JD Vance does. JD Vance consistently blames immigration for housing prices being up high. It's nonsensical. That's not why. It's because of zoning policy. If we're talking about the United States specifically, a lot of zoning policy that favors NIMBYism is probably, I think, the main reason for as to why housing prices are as bad as they are within the United States of America, and how land gets fucking allocated for single fucking family homes in highly dense fucking urban areas is very fucking stupid.
The idea that migrants are to blame for housing unaffordability is a complete red herring, which ignores the true structural issues at play. Here in Australia, current planning restrictions prevent medium and high density dwellings from being built. There's a criminal lack of public housing. We have awful tax incentives.
So this is all the same stuff I said, yeah. Families, how zoning restrictions work. I did forget to mention social housing. Yeah, social housing just does not get built in any of these fucking countries whatsoever. Like, and also tax breaks for the fucking rich. Yeah, that's where it is. Yeah, you know, the boomers, the fucking starter home claims. It's like, yeah, starter homes. What starter homes? The apartment that I have to rent out with like 3 of my buddies. Yeah, starter home. Okay, bro.
In place which make real estate a stupidly profitable investment, and there's a shortage of labor and supplies to actually build houses in the first place. These are the predominant issues at the heart of the housing crisis, not immigration. In fact, when 49 leading economists were asked to pick their preferred solution, only 6% of them said to restrain immigration, the third lowest response overall. Now, of course...
Sorry, you're referencing economists there, Max, so none of these motherfuckers care about that.
More people coming into a country is going to increase the level of demand for housing, and nobody is denying that. However, to treat that as the foremost factor in housing unaffordability is delusional.
It's nonsensical.
You could literally halt all immigration tomorrow, and guess what? We'd still have a housing crisis because of those other structural issues we mentioned earlier. Now, obviously...
By the way, I've talked about this before in Canada, because we currently are... It's gone a bit better. It's gotten better, the housing problems that we have in Canada. It's still not great, but we've, just as Max said specifically, the problem with Canada's housing market, which was a issue that's been culminating for the past like 10 to 20 years is because of the fact that a bunch of houses, and the only houses that were being built specifically within Canada were luxury fucking condos. Then we had a large fucking migration wave. And the fact that there isn't a lot of cheap social housing to house all of these fucking migrants caused this housing bubble that we had because of all these speculative real estate assets that were constantly being approved and built for specifically a bunch of rich migrants to come in and use. Lots, specifically when it comes to us, it was mostly a lot of Chinese migrants. Lots of Chinese billionaires were flooding foreign capital into the fucking country, this being Canada, of course, where I live. Were flooding a bunch of foreign capital in order to buy a lot of these luxury fucking condos and suites to use as, well, partially to send their students there to go to university within the area, but also as speculative real estate assets. It caused a bubble to happen, and then Trudeau announced his migration policy, and we started bringing in a lot more fucking immigrants. I think it was like 100 million by 2100, that policy. I mean, administering, allowing in about 1 million migrants a year until 2100 for our population to go up. Because again, we in Canada have been having problems with a lot of fucking population growth, right? Generally speaking, like, that's been a consistent thing, and that was like Trudeau's proposal to try to help it. We didn't have any homes to fucking put the people in, and as a result, it caused the bubble to burst. And then we had a fucking housing crisis because no one had any homes to fucking put the people in that were coming in mostly from fucking India. Lots of them were from India. Lots of them were also from fucking China, right? All over the fucking world. No one had any houses to go into, and then the bubble pops. That, like, I've talked about this before, but a lot of people were blaming migration for as to why housing prices were as bad as they were. No. It was a combination of multiple fucking factors, mostly with the stuff that I mentioned earlier, with all those luxury fucking condos that mostly the conservatives were approving and allowing the construction for. Pierre Poilievre had a hand in playing to that specifically, but the migrants that were starting to be brought in, that was the straw that broke the fucking camel's back and caused the bubble to burst. And then the housing crisis that we had / are kind of recovering from. I'd have to take a look into it specifically about the Canadian housing crisis, but that stuff was what caused our fucking housing crisis to happen. And it was not because of immigrants. It's nonsensical, right? It's stupid. It's stupid to assume it's because we just don't build social housing in this fucking country and restrictive zoning policies. That's what it is.
I'm talking about an Australian context here, but a lot of these points ring true for an American one as well. There is consensus amongst US economists that immigration is not one of the major factors driving house prices, and in fact, because so many migrants who move to the country are construction workers, they're probably having an outsized effect on the supply of housing rather than the demand. And, just like Australia, restrictive zoning laws and high construction costs have resulted in a housing shortage, and soaring mortgage rates have made things completely unaffordable. So when a Republican senator like Carrie Lake says it's just basic common sense, these people have to live somewhere, and this is basic supply and demand, they are being deliberately obtuse to the actual issue of I mean, come on. Look no further than the early stages of COVID back in 2020. Even when international travel was non-existent, property prices in most developed nations absolutely skyrocketed despite the flow of migrants halting entirely. So although immigration is certainly a demand side factor when it comes to...
That's a really, really good fucking way to shit on that fucking talking point, right? That's like, I think that's like 10 out of 10. You can just talk about fucking COVID because no one was migrating when it was COVID because everywhere was fucking locked down because there was a disease that was plaguing the world. So why was housing prices still going up? Oh, because of the mortgage rates going up and shit like that. And a bunch of banks specifically bringing up those rates so they can make a bunch more money. Who would have thought?
House prices and rent, it's often used as a red herring to distract you from the true structural causes which are actually to blame for housing unaffordability. So would you look at that? When we break down the common sense arguments against immigration, they turn out to be either 1, categorically incorrect, or 2, intentionally misleading or massively overblown. Now, the funny thing is, after everything I just said, I wouldn't blame you for thinking I'm some globalist, pro-mass immigration, lefty loony, but that simply isn't the case. There's obviously going to be a level of immigration which is detrimental to both the person who wants to move to a country and the native citizens who are already there, and I don't want that. But that's not really my main point here. Just like that one really annoying math teacher you had in 7th grade who insisted that you showed you're working when you solve an equation, I'm concerned concerned with the process people are using to arrive at their political convictions, or more accurately, the lack thereof. When your understanding of the world is merely a pastiche, Twitter hot takes and Reddit clips woven together with your deeply flawed intuitions, well, that's how you end up going off the deep end, ranting that Palestinians deserve to be genocide. And on that note,
yeah, that is how you have really bad fucking takes. But I mean, again, it's all the fucking confirmation bias, because not to say that Max specifically here is ignoring a bunch of the history. They may not fucking know, and that's fine, but I explained this earlier. This was kind of an inevitability, specifically for someone like fucking Asmongold to end up at the alt-right pipeline, to be down the fucking pipeline specifically, for as to why he then says stuff like Palestinians are an inferior culture, so therefore Israel has the right to fucking wipe them all out because of that inferior culture or whatever, right? Like, he started from being a fucking gamer bro, an apolitical gamer bro type, because trust me, I've seen it before. I was one of those fucking dudes back in like grade 9. Asmongold's about my age. Whatever. He listened to a bunch of anti-woke fucking content, and as a result started going down the pipeline from there. It's all because of like rehashed fucking Gamergate bullshit from 2014. I don't know, like it's always like the same fucking gobbledygook for these people specifically. It's very tiring, it's very annoying. Yes, I know it really is, and I find it to be also incredibly obnoxious, as anyone else does.
note, actually. The scariest thing about a political commentator like Asmongold is that he doesn't seem to care that this is his process of arriving at the truth. When someone in his chat directly challenged him over the fact that he doesn't seem to do any research to arrive at his political beliefs, this is how he responded.
No, you think and feel a lot. I've never seen you actually do some research. Why would I need to do research? I already know it. Yeah, I just come to conclusions. And then they're right. Pretty much every single time.
At first, I thought he was joking.
That's the confirmation bias operating right. I completely forgot that he said that. That's actually a genuinely fucking insane thing to say. That's the result of the confirmation bias, right? He looks into his chat, and they all are like, I don't know, spamming trues or W's or whatever. And it's just like, well, in my mind, that means I must be correct. When a lot of them that are probably saying true and W to all the stupid shit that he's saying are also a bunch of liars.
Here and actually laughed because, based on what, who the fuck needs to do research when you're always right? But then he continues.
True. Like, if it's such a bad idea to do that, then why do I keep coming out with positive outcomes? You really think that all these people coming from countries that have totally different laws and the ways that they treat women over there, you really think that there's not going to be an increase in bad behavior in that area? Especially when there's no vetting properly to make sure the ones that are acting in good faith or not? You don't need to have statistics for that. It's common sense. Like, I don't need to see 50 different studies to know if you put a wolf in a cage with 10 rabbits, there's not going to be 10 rabbits by the end of the day. I don't need to have like 50 fucking studies of this. I don't need to have a million levels of data and representation for it. It's common fucking a priori knowledge that every single...
Except it's not when it comes to complex political takes and shit like this. Asmongold, again, red herring. This is nonsensical. If we're talking about political takes and politics and social studies, which are things that you don't fucking give a shit about because you're a fascist fucking dipshit, it turns out, yeah, it's actually a little more fucking complicated. You need studies in order to be able to have good fucking takes and have good positions on all this stuff. You have to do your research, and it turns out you have to do some fucking reading. It turns out it's actually a little more fucking complicated than that. But unfortunately for the right winger, they can't fucking do any of that shit. Fuck that. Reading? That's for fucking gay libtards to do that. Yeah, fuck that. Who cares about that shit?
Single reasonable person knows. Sorry. It's just the way it is.
Oh my god, he wasn't fucking joking. This is the...
Also, by the way, yeah, every single reasonable fucking person... Oh. Yeah, every single reasonable person really thinks that Trump is doing a good job on all of his fucking policies. Yeah. Negative fucking 16.4% approval rating, Asmongold. Yeah, common fucking sense, dude.
The most influential political streamer in the world, and this is unironically what he thinks about academia. The situation he just described of how cultures can potentially clash when people immigrate is quite literally the purpose of studies.
And by the way, yeah, like, great point here by fucking Max, right? Like, I completely did not mention about the sort of, like, anti-intellectualism about it all in general. Classic of thinking of the fucking fascists. You must be hostile against all forms of fucking academia because, unfortunately, with academia, people who conduct studies and research into these things, that is anathema to the right-leaning way of fucking thinking because it just doesn't agree with them. Like, it turns out reality has a fucking liberal bias because they do a lot of studies and research into a lot of those fucking positions that they have. saying like, oh, this is why this particular take is correct here, blah, 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 blah. This is why you should agree with this particular thing here, blah, 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 because the data points to this thing being leading to this outcome, yada, 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 yada. Which is why a lot of left-leaning people base the stuff that they say and the arguments they have off of statistics and data. Because it turns out when we're talking about complex problems within politics, systems of social science and whatnot, and shit like this, it turns out you need to do a lot of fucking studies, and it's not just as simple as just like, oh bro, it's all like fucking common sense and it just makes sense. It's like, no dude, that's not how any of that stuff works. Like, nonsensical.
And why they're so useful. Like, seriously, conducting a natural experiment around a population that experiences an increase of immigrants and analyzing the consequences of that sounds like the single most useful thing you could have to have a more informed opinion on this topic. I know that's a little different to watching one video of an anti-immigration protest in the UK and basing your worldview on that, but unfortunately, a study like this would be a much more accurate representation of reality. Dismissing the possibility that a study could be useful here by going, oh, actually, if you put a wolf in a cage, it's gonna eat a rabbit, and then using your common sense is like actually so insane, I'm kinda at a loss for words. I mean, come on, just look at where his common fucking a priori knowledge got him last time when we were talking about the economics of immigration. He was comically uninformed on its effect on housing and outright wrong when he said that immigrants are stealing jobs. Like, holy shit, if your intuitions are leading you to these blatantly false conclusions and you're embracing anti-intellectualism, why the fuck should your political opinion hold literally any weight? These issues demand so much more care and nuance than he's giving them, and I will never be able to comprehend how this guy...
By the way, because if you ask him on any of this stuff and you try to have like a discussion with him, he just doesn't engage, right? Like, because again, he probably knows in the back of his mind, or honestly, who fucking knows if he actually knows in the back of his mind, that he's just wrong, right? He's wrong, and what he's saying is fucking nonsensical. But he's too far down the fucking pipeline at this point. He still has to fucking get his money somehow, so he has to continue to be as anti-intellectual and appeal to the right-leaning fucking audiences, who are all also inherently fucking anti-intellectual. Yeah, he is a fucking coward. Like, so many people have offered to talk to him about, like, why he's wrong on all of these fucking issues and why he is wrong on this policy prescription. He never fucking commits to it. Same with every other fucking right-winger. Why? Because they know they'd be made to look like complete idiots because they don't know about any of the nuances and sort of factors that lead to certain policy prescriptions, to lead to certain positions being adopted, because they just don't know, because they're not interested in engaging in any of that.
Is actually the most influential political streamer in the world today. With almost all my Asmongold hate posting out the way, there's one final point I'd like to discuss when it comes to common sense politics, and it's actually the one which inspired this video in the first place. It's all to do with context. And to understand what I'm getting at, just consider this for a moment. Back in 1988 in the United States, it's estimated that support for same-sex marriage was just 11%, which means the overwhelming majority of people did not want that right extended to homosexual couples. Yet, if we fast forward 37 years to 2025, things have completely flipped on their head, with support now sitting at 68% in the United States. We will ignore the fact that Republican support has declined from a peak of 55% in 2022 to 41% in 2025 because...
There's complicated reasonings for this. Conservative general backlash to Me Too, Transgate, yada yada yada. There's a lot of fucking complicated sociological reasonings for as to why that's the case. You can go into a whole fucking video into just this topic alone. We don't have to fucking do that right now.
Because that's besides the point here. I mean, hell, why stop at 1980? Back in 1779, Thomas Jefferson tried to reduce the maximum punishment for sodomy from death to just castration, but it was rejected by the Virginia legislature. Now, if people were literally willing to kill others for having gay sex, what does that say about the common sense take on homosexuality in the 18th century? In fact, I can almost guarantee you that there was some Asmongold equivalent back then writing op-eds in the Boston Times about how sodomy is an unnatural perversion of the sexual act, and anyone with common sense would know that since the writings of Thomas Aquinas in the late 13th century. And there's also another example.
That's a really, really good fucking point right there, right? Because that's another problem with all the quote-unquote fucking common sense sort of takes. They seem to be very ignorant of the times that we are in, which it aligns with conservative fucking thinking consistently, because what do conservatives overall want, socially speaking at the very least? A regression, a return with a V to a nostalgic time before, which was seemingly better. When, generally speaking, when you want that return with a V to that nostalgic time before, it's typically non-fucking sensical, and it's just a position that just can't be fucking maintained. It's stupid. It's stupid. You can't just like return back to the 1950s. The dynamics of the economy simply not the same during that time. If you try to implement a 50s style economy like Trump is trying to desperately do, it's going to be a complete fucking disaster, and you're not going to be able to compete at the same level within the global economy. Things have changed. Time has progressed. new policies and ideas have been implemented. And that's just how it is. That is the arc of history. You cannot stop time and that arc from moving forward. It will always continue to move forward. If you try to move back, then you will be left in the dust.
Example I want to look at. In the first chapter of Hardron Chang's book, The 23 Things They Don't Tell You About Capitalism, he raises an interesting point about the evolving definition of the free market through time. He uses the example of the Cotton Factories Regulation Act of 1819 in Britain, where the government sought to ban the employment of young children under the age of 9 due to how dangerous the working conditions were for them. And, as insane as it may sound to us today, this stirred up a massive controversy at the time, as critics thought it undermined the very idea of a free market. Because we're 2 centuries...
Oh yeah, fucking, like, capitalists, again, like, they want to exploit, like, literally anyone to make as much of a profit as possible. So child labor, abso-fucking-lutely. You don't have to pay a fucking kid as much money, right? Like, their parents have to provide resources for them. They don't need to be given as much money. Like, what are they going to use that money on for? Like, candy at the general store? Pfft, that's a waste of fucking money. Like, fuck out of here with it. Because that's how people used to think. Because, again, of the inherently exploitative nature of the current economic paradigm that we find ourselves under.
Removed from that situation, I think we all agree that the use of child labor is a moral abomination. But for someone living through the Industrial Revolution, well, if a child voluntarily enters the agreement and they want the money and are willing to do the work, who are you to tell them that they can't? Just like the treatment of queer people throughout history, this just highlights how our sensibilities are bound by the time and context we exist in, and that's really important to remember. Fuck, I just realized that kind of sounds like a Kamala Harris quote, and I'm sorry that it does.
You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
By definition.
I mean, Kamala Harris, when she said that quote, she was not exactly inaccurate. It was just, like, kind of executed poorly. She wasn't actually wrong. That was the coconut tree quote, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the fucking coconut tree. Did you just fall out of a coconut tree? Yeah. Nice meme.
Our common sense is anchored to the present moment. It's informed by whatever the current societal and cultural norms are, and this tends to make people's intuitions a passive endorsement of the status quo as a byproduct. Although this can be problematic when it comes to something like the treatment of gay people before the year like 2010, it also does have the power for good. As long as they don't grow up in one of those freakish Republican households which are actively regressing, they're not going to have to think twice about the issue of same-sex marriage. They'll learn it's a right which is constitutionally protected, they'll see queer characters in the media they consume, and they'll undoubtedly have friends and family who openly express their sexuality.
Really good point bringing up queer representation within media, because that's probably the main factor that basically spurred on, like, queer rights, them getting a lot more representation within media. I'm trying to remember, there's definitely a video we went over at some point on this fucking channel talking about how representation of queer people within media significantly increased, like, people's approval rating of, like, oh yeah, like, I mean, if they want to get married, like, yeah, who gives a shit? Yeah, they can go get married, like, whatever. And it's because of a lot of representation that people gained through advertising, through TV shows, what have you, during the fucking 90s. Of, like, companies deciding to be progressive. The fall of rainbow capitalism, that's what it is. I just remember the video.
The world they're growing up in has, maybe not completely, but greatly normalized the existence of queer people, and that is going to inform their intuitions on the matter. It just makes you think, how are future generations going to reflect on our common sense views of the present day? Like, in the same way we condemn our forefathers for shit like slavery and colonialism, I just wonder what we're normalizing in society right now, which my great-great-great-great-great-grandson is going to look back and criticize us for. Perhaps the developed world's inaction on global poverty, how long it's taken us to get our shit together on climate change, or, my personal bet, I think it'll be the absolute atrocity that is factory farming, but we won't talk about that for the 3rd video in a row. To put ourselves into the shoes of future generations, or to step back at least with some degree of impartiality, which acknowledges our place in history, only gives us more clarity in the way we approach today's issues. In fact, this line of thinking kind of reminds me of this one banger quote that there is from MLK. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Given the trajectory of human history and...
That's kind of what I said similarly with, like, the arc of history always moves forward. Yeah, always bends towards justice, always bends towards, like, progression, yada, yada, yada. You know, there's 17 different ways to fucking slice that. Like, there's so many different ways you can say that. If you want to fucking regress, like conservatives consistently want to do, then you're just going to be left in the dustbin of history. That's just how it is. Like, that's why, like, a lot of, like, conservative policies are just non-fucking sensical. It's nonsense. And if you apply it to a modern context, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Which is why, again, the approval rating of Trump is the way that it is on all of these issues. He's trying to do his, like, idiotic fucking thinking, his, like, I don't know, like 1980s business style way of thinking with, like, all the sort of, like, chauvinistic attitudes from the 50s, talk about how great and powerful the economy was and how the high quality of American products is, because that's a belief that he's had for the past 30 fucking years. And also the ideas that, like, fucking tariffs still make money. That's an idea from William McKinley from the 1880s. It's all a bunch of, like, spurious, like out of context, nonsensical ideas that are all culminating into some form of like a political ideology, which is stupid and nonsensical and not very much so common sense. And Trump is trying to apply it in a modern context, and as a result, oh, his fucking approval rating is tanking because of it.
How we've tended to improve things over time, with a few hiccups along the way. It would seem safe to assume that a handful of our common sense attitudes of today are flawed in ways we can't even conceptualize yet. Obviously, it's impossible to predict the future and know what we're wrong about, but I think that's exactly why we should bring some skepticism and open-mindedness to the societal norms we embrace today. To think we have everything figured out at this exact point in history when the light bulb was only made like 146 years ago feels a little bit optimistic to me. Ultimately, today's common sense...
I blame fucking Francis Fukuyama for that one. Fucking end of history dipshits. Because that's what it is, right? Like, all the bourgeois that's within power all read the end of history from Francis Fukuyama and actually thought that they were at the end of history. That the stability brought on by, like, neoliberal fucking capitalism is going to last for forever because of just how generally stable after the loss of the fucking Soviet Union. It's like, this is it. History is over. Politics is no longer necessary. It's all done. We're just going to continue along this trajectory for the rest of fucking time. Francis Fukuyama has recently said, like, yeah, the conclusions I made in that book were nonsensical and very stupid. And unfortunately, our political ruling class still thinks like that to this day.
Sense was yesterday's revolution, and to think we don't have some more revolutions coming up in the future, whether they be philosophical, technological, or just outright violent conflict, would be a little bit naive, to say the very least.
Just even, like, not like revolutions, like, I mean, like, fucking Euromaidan. That was a revolution. We've had multiple revolutions that were all, most of them being failures throughout the fucking 2010s. Not to mention all the protest movements and uprisings being done by Gen Z in, say, Nepal and Madagascar and a bunch of other different places that are all having various degrees of success because people are kind of sick and tired of the current status quo.
So, where does that all leave us? Well, the first thing I want to clarify after everything I've said here is, no, I'm not endorsing a technocracy here. If you don't know, a technocracy is basically a system of government where society is run by a handful of technical experts, and no, fuck that, I love me some representative democracy. Although I am obviously critical of people who take a common sense approach to politics, I don't mean to suggest that the discussion of these issues should be restricted to just academics and technical experts. I think it should be everyone's democratic responsibility to discuss these contentious topics, but when we do so, there just needs to be a higher level of critical engagement. To quote an article written by Barbara Leckie, common sense is the comfort food of thinking, and if you want to...
Like I said before, this is pure death of subjectivity. Oh man, Daho mentioning the fucking death of subjectivity. No, not the death of subjectivity. Get your fucking keys out, get your fucking dink donks out. Like, Daho mentioned the fucking death of subjectivity because of the fact that conservatives are wholeheartedly incapable of fitting in another person's shoes and understanding how they think and aren't capable of engaging in that form of critical thinking. It turns out they have incredibly fucking regressive ideas and policies that they think that they can apply at any point in time in any fucking context, when that is obviously nonsensical. And they'll use these sort of like thought-terminating cliches of, it's just common sense. This is just what everyone wants, when that's clearly not the case. It is not common sense, not for the common general good, and not a fucking sound judgment. Clearly not. This is clearly not fucking common sense. The data says otherwise. So, again, death of fucking subjectivity, of critical thinking as well, and education within the United States is what has culminated in this sort of position that we find ourselves in, where conservatives are wholeheartedly incapable of thinking in terms of, or putting themselves in another person's shoes and understanding how they think. It is their way or the highway. There is no other fucking way to discuss this. Either how they do things are correct, and nothing else. Nothing else is possible. Only how they think. Obviously, this doesn't only extend to conservatives. This can extend to almost anyone. And I mean, I've talked about this before, and the broader sort of reasoning for as to why this is the case is because of the general commodified media environment that we find ourselves under, where it is rewarded, quite heavily rewarded, for you to plant your fucking goddamn feet on a take and never retreat or surrender from that position and not learn of any of the other perspectives that other people are offering whatsoever, and not take any of that into considerations. It is all about being incredibly dogmatic in that approach. So, and that is what has led to these sort of like very socially isolated positions that we find ourselves under. That form of that death of subjectivity and incredibly fucking dogmatic thinking.
Arrive at some version of the truth, then you gotta put the work in. Keep an open mind, challenge your own viewpoints, read a book or two on a topic you find interesting, skim over some studies, and then partake in a bit of intellectual sparring. Like, I just find it so utterly horrifying that there's a large portion of people whose only engagement with the realm of politics is watching fucking Asmongold clips on YouTube. At that point, you're basically just one of those prisoners Plato wrote about in the allegory of the cave, watching shadows flicker on a wall, believing that to be the true nature of reality. To wrap up my hate posting on Asmongold here, I initially planned to make a joke about whether or not he's even read a book in his life before, but it turns out he already answered that question when reacting to a video on stream back in July.
I don't read books.
Yeah.
I don't.
They're a waste of time.
He went on to justify this by...
Wait, was that... Wait, 36,000 hours? Jeez, how do you... Largest political content creator on the planet right now, ladies and gentlemen. Does no reading, 36,000 hours in World of Warcraft. Okay, dude.
He went on to justify this by saying that he actually does read for hours a day, but I'm not sure if r/Asmongold and your Twitter timeline can...
I don't believe. Like, no. Stupid. No, you don't. Oh, I read for hours a day. Your subreddit and Twitter do not count. We're talking about books, motherfucker. Not like your echo chamber. Okay, bro.
In the same way that reading a book does. Anyway, I'm sure there are some common sense assumptions baked into my worldview, which are misguided and incorrect, but that's why I always try to keep an open mind, sometimes to a fault. We've all got blind spots, try to be aware of them, do your research, and just have a solid foundation for your own political beliefs and convictions. Anyway though, I think that's everything I have to say about common sense. I did want to go on a rant about Umberto Eco and anti-intellectualism being a slippery slope down to fascist thinking, but this video is long enough, so I think we'll have to save that for another time. That's all from me. Thank you for watching. I'd be really interested to see what people think about this video, so make sure you drop a comment below. If you did enjoy, make sure to check out my Discord, check out the Instagram and Twitter. With that out the way,
very cool. I guess self-promo and whatnot. Blah, blah, blah. Good video there by Max Morrow. Very, very good. And yeah, it pretty much hits a lot of the nails on the head to talking about general sort of anti-intellectual thinking, red herrings, and thought-terminating cliches that conservatives will generally sort of engage in order to not be able... Well, not be able to just not engage with a lot of complex topics because they are just incapable. I'll say this, because they are incapable of engaging in such fucking complex topics, such as climate change, such as like healthcare policy, immigration, yada yada yada, all the political minutia and differing sort of like positions necessary to be able to engage with a lot of these topics. Conservatives are wholeheartedly incapable of engaging in any of that stuff because the thing that I mentioned earlier, the death of subjectivity, they are wholeheartedly incapable of understanding how other people think and are also suffering from the general death of critical thinking within the United States of America because of a lot of the educational policies that were taken not only by Reagan, by Bush, but also Obama. Him letting fucking what's his name? Bill Gates, the Bill Gates Foundation, have way more fucking control over educational policy and the pushing of the voucher system for fucking private schools. Huge fucking problem within the United States of America. But that's like another topic for another day. And obviously we've talked about Reagan and Bush before. State standardized fucking testing, no child left behind, and of course the ending of university subsidies, making it such that universities are essentially fucking hedge funds with, education as a goal on the fucking side. So, yeah. I don't think there's really much else to say besides common sense is a good thing to have, but if you're applying it to highly complex political situations that have a lot of nuance, minutia, and general interactions between millions upon millions of systems and people, it turns out just saying forehead, common sense, not exactly fucking intelligent. And I mean, we've looked at all the fucking approval ratings for a lot of stuff that Trump is doing in terms of his policies within office. Can you really make the argument to me that these are common sense fucking policies? Nonsense. It's nonsensical to say that those are common sense beliefs that people generally are having. So again, it's one of those things where it's like, spare me at Asmongold and Asmongold viewers and Trump as well. This is not common sense stuff. You are not making accurate judgments for as to what is good for either people or the economy or climate change or any other of these complex fucking political systems that we currently exist under, with your stupid, utterly belligerent, like, anti-intellectual, based off of no science or fucking studies, positions and policies, which everyone is now having to deal with the fucking consequences of, and that we're going to have to think about for, well, quite a long time in the future to come. But yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides conservatives don't actually care about fucking common sense because they are incapable of basic fucking critical thinking, and as a result simply just want to bring further regression and, well, suffering upon a bunch of other people because they are wholeheartedly incapable of engaging in any form of critical thinking. Nice. And just like that, we are done. I'm gonna save this for later. Hee hee. Very good, very cool. I'm just responding to something real quick. Cool. This is not the tab. What the? I need to keep the graph for later. Why the fuck did I put the tab there when it's normally supposed to be here? Why did I do that? Whatever. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Well, that was pretty good.
I would like to say that went pretty well, folks. I hate Asmongold. You should hate Asmongold. Everybody should hate Asmongold. Because he's fucking stupid.
You know, I've been thinking about putting in Asmongold under my fucking tags because I think it'd be funny.
See what fucking chuds we get. Could be entertaining.
Who the fuck am I raiding into today? I don't care what effect tags have other than featuring you in search. I'm pretty sure that's pretty much it, right? You search for a particular thing, people say, because we've had people come in saying like, oh, I saw you have Hasanabi in your fucking tags, so I decided to pop by. It's like, yep, that's how they're supposed to work, right? Yeah, it's because I'm a Hassan Glazer, yeah, exactly. Despite my most recent video on him criticizing him for his China positions. You're a Hassan Glazer, you need to go shit on him even more. It's like, for what? Why should I? It's not much of a point. On you. We're gonna raid out to a sad grill. Raid settings, we don't have enough people. No sad George Foremans. Unfortunate. Straight out to Usahole. Usahole? I don't know. Something with holes. Alright, idiots. Raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transstride with the Daho raid buff. If you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the wow we. The Daho raid buff, so we show appreciation to those rated 2Ks gamers. I will be back tomorrow, of course. And more of the same. More Lemures. And a bunch of other shit, right? More Factorio, more yapping about the topics du jour and whatnot. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.